not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People, in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl. Like
that is the best shit fucking
shopping for dresses with mommy. I was the, tomboy that liked playing with people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys.
Karen left
morning, folks. Happy Monday, if there is such a thing. It's good to see you all. Scott McGinnis. He's right there. Woo! Love it. People, it's good to see you guys. I hope everybody's having a wonderful beginning of their week. I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. Yeah, it took a little time. You know. I had some stuff I had to do this weekend. I had a birthday that I had to not cherries, and stuff, personal stuff. But I just missed you guys. So, and the stuff that I wanted to talk about, it's not going to really take me long, I don't think. Who knows? I might go on a rant. Who knows? But the stuff I'm going to talk about is like I said, it shouldn't take me long, and we'll hang out for a little bit, and maybe we'll do some Plevinisms, maybe, because I feel like I've been neglecting Plevin. I feel like I've been neglecting Plevin a little bit, and he just needs the attention, you know. And I love to give it to him. I love to give Plevin attention. I do. It's he's just so deserving of it. And despite what a lot of you think, don't even give him. Don't even. You're making him relevant. No, I'm not. I couldn't, even if I fucking made a hardcore effort to make Plevin relevant, I couldn't do it. Nobody can make Plevin relevant. Plevin is relevancy proof. He's like you could like change the term irrelevant to Plevin and it would be synonymous. It would mean the same thing. People would know exactly what you mean. Oh, that dude is who? The Glare? I mean, the guy's he's only got 400 people in here watching him now, man. He's totally Plevins. He's Plevined. Glare got Plevined. That's it. It's over. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I love talking about Plevin. It's fun, and there's been a lot of weird shit that has taken place, and a lot of a few updates that I haven't really gone over. That's so Plevin. Oh, I love it. Oh, Plevin. That's so Plevin. Oh my goodness. So yeah, first thing, I'm just gonna knock out what this was supposed to be about in the beginning, from the beginning. It's good to see you, Paul. And everybody here, man. It's really great to see you guys. We're gonna talk a little bit about no, Plevin didn't, not that I know of. I don't think Plevin's talked about me. I mean, maybe he has. I don't know. Oh, he did say something on Twitter though. That was pretty funny. Maybe I'll go over that if I don't forget. But let's check out real quick. This is interesting. Let's go over this real quick. So Christina Rex, who's a journalist, and I'm not real familiar with, it just showed up on my feed and then I reposted it. And Christina Rex says here, the same juror with whom I've already spoken from the Karen Reed trial tells me they reached out to both the Commonwealth and the defense team expressing a willingness to talk about the trial. So that means that the Commonwealth lied. That's basically what it means. The Commonwealth basically just lied in their opposition motion from the opposition motion to dismiss the charges against Karen Reed. And now this is very funny to me because says here the same juror with whom I've already spoken from the Karen Reed trial tells me they reached out to both the Commonwealth and the defense team expressing a willingness to talk about the trial. And it goes on to say here the juror says they have only received responses from the defense despite multiple calls and voicemails to the Norfolk DA's office. Despite multiple calls and voicemails to the Norfolk County DA's office. That means that they tried multiple times to contact Michael Morrissey's office, specifically Assistant DA Adam Lally, who prosecuted the case, specifically. And no answer yet. And you can always count on Olivia, man. I love this because you can always count on Olivia to post something very, very informative here on Twitter. And she makes an excellent point here and says this information makes the Commonwealth's response to the defense's claims of jurors coming forward as being unsubstantiated but sensational post-trial claims. Now look very, very they now look very, very bad for the Commonwealth and deeply concerning, as it appears that they were trying to suppress this information. How will they explain themselves? Now, I let me get to that in a second here, but it's actually bigger if there we go. And here it says right here, this is where Olivia posts the opposition motion and highlights the part where it says here the defendant's unsubstantiated but sensational post-trial claim that the jury reached a unanimous decision to acquit lacks any merit or legal foundation. Now, how? I guess if you just ignore it, right? I guess if you just ignore it, then it's unsubstantiated. I mean, I guess that's the tactic here, right? From the Commonwealth, because I think it's really, really funny because all I can think about is, okay, well, you know, if nobody actually called, let's just say that Jen McCabe never actually called 911 to report John O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe, lying dead on the lawn of 34 Fairview. If she had never called 911 to report it, and well, or if she did, that's a better way to put it. Let's say that Jen McCabe called 911 to report it, but nobody responded. Nobody showed up. Let's say 911 never answered the phone. 911 was like, nah, hold please, and then never came back. Or 911 was like, all right, cool, and never sent or dispatched a unit to come out and check it out, right? So if they never, I guess, according to the Commonwealth, as long as they just ignore it and go la, 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 as if it never happened, well, then I guess it never happened. I guess it's unsubstantiated, isn't it? Right? I mean, based on this logic, because according to this juror, they're like, we tried to call the DA's office and let them know that there is an issue with the verdict, that we voted unanimously not guilty on counts 1 and 3, and on count 2, we were split. But on counts 1 and 3, we were unanimous. And it's important that the prosecution knows this. It's important that the prosecution knows this and gets in contact with Judge Beverly Cannoni and lets her know. But they never got to, they never spoke to anybody. They left voicemails, and Adam Lally's people were in the office probably like, to hear your message, press 1. Boop. What is this? That the jurors want to speak to us about the verdict? Yeah, no. To delete this message, press 1. Boop. Yeah. Don't worry about that. If they call back, don't even. I mean, that's what it seems like here. That's totally what it seems like here. Oh, man. Give me 1 second here, folks. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah. Let's take a look at a couple of the comments here, because I always like to see. And then Mark Betterow commented here, this is an excellent point. They were dismissive on the merits. This was all nonsense. Now a juror is willing to explain, and they would rather not listen. Undermined their own credibility and integrity. He's talking about the Commonwealth here. He's talking about the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. He's talking about the Norfolk County DA's office. He's talking about Michael Morrissey's office. He's talking about Adam Lally specifically. He will say this. I'm going to repeat this one more time. He will say, Mark Betterow, that is, this is an excellent point. They were dismissive on the merits. This was all nonsense. Now a juror is willing to explain, and they would rather not listen, undermine their own credibility and integrity. And then, people are commenting because they have common sense, and these are their observations. Lie and say they didn't get the messages. Right. They lied again. Sadly, this is not as surprising as it should be. Prosecutors are supposed to seek the truth, but they're not seeking much of that anywhere lately. How is it even possible that juries are just sent on their way without some sort of paperwork that they each have to sign before being dismissed, stating the terms of their decisions or lack thereof? Did they really just walk out of the court without signing off on anything? Apparently that's what happened. And oh my God, I'm a little behind on this. I'm a little behind, but I mean,
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a 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 super chat. Super chat.
So I got 3 of them here, so that's why I went through the whole thing there. Joseph Sands says the NCDA is being so Plevin. Plevin, please. Agreed. Thank you so much, Joseph Sands. Buzzing for Truth. Good to see you. Thank you so much. It's called Corruption in Norfolk County. Exactly. Yeah, we're no strangers to it at this point, are we? And Jen Del Rio, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I snuck into Plevin's live last week and asked him the origin of his nickname. Much to my surprise, he went on a diatribe about my favorite YouTuber. He still credits you, though. It was great. Well, thanks, Plevin. We love you, Plevin. Oh my goodness. Real quick, just to piggyback and let my ADHD do its thing. I'm going before I forget. I jumped into attorney Melanie Little's chat earlier today. She's covering the Ashley Benefield case, the Black Swan thing, which I don't know a lot about. I really don't have any opinions on it because I don't know enough about it to form an opinion yet. But she's been covering that trial just as I would imagine as thoroughly and as insightfully as she covered the Karen Reed trial. And she said, I don't know why you think I don't want to go on your show. Invite me on your show, Melanie Little. I am officially inviting you on this show, and I would be honored to have you here and pick your brain. And I think it would be a lot of fun. So what I'm going to do is I guess I will, I don't think I'm in direct contact with Scott. I'm in direct contact. Well, at least Team Brittany has my email. So I'll try to set it up through Team Brittany, I guess, and we'll get something set up. Most definitely. I'm really excited to do that. So now and somebody said something about my shirt. Yeah, I love this shirt. If you know, you know. It's not just a Karate Kid shirt. If you know, you know. And I thought this shirt was genius and hilarious. So because I have such impeccable taste that I spent money on this fucking thing. So now I'm absolutely fascinated that people still think for some reason that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts isn't absolutely corrupt. Like, how many corrupt things do they have to do for you to come to the conclusion that they are corrupt? That's what I find mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Like, how many corrupt things have to happen from the Commonwealth for you to not for you to realize that they're corrupt? I mean, they straight up lied and they sworn. They are under oath when they file these motions, including opposition motions. They're under oath. They cannot lie on these things. Like, I don't like, that's what blows my mind. It's like, they absolutely do this. And it's blatant, and there's receipts, and it can be proven. And you have a journalist who is coming forward and saying that these jurors reached out to her, and the only people who have responded to these jurors have been the defense. And so this is all. So if the Commonwealth just goes, well, we didn't talk to nobody. Nobody called us. Or they could just say that they didn't. But I mean, do you realize that, like, if this ever, this is what the Commonwealth doesn't seem to understand. This is what Adam Lally doesn't seem to understand. Or he just doesn't care. This is why I think it's corruption and not negligence. Because, I mean, one of the many reasons, but this is why I believe it to be corruption. Because, I mean, think about it. If at some point these jurors who have come forward end up on a courtroom stand as witnesses, sworn in, you don't think before that happens that they are going to give up their tech to some degree? That they're not going to show timestamps on their phones? They're not going to show call logs with timestamps on their phones saying, yeah, that's the number of the Norfolk County DA's office right there. That's the number. And I called the Norfolk County DA's office. I mean, I totally did. And this is exactly what they're going to do. That's what's going to happen. If the defense ends up putting these people under oath in a sworn deposition, and they testify in a deposition, and then they end up in a courtroom on the stand, there's going to be, there's going to be the AV guy that is going to show on the screen the call logs from said juror who claims that they called the Norfolk County DA's office. So it's kind of crazy to me that they would just lolly ignore it. It's bizarre to me. So we've got another hearing on August 9th coming up. I'm wondering what's going to happen here, because the August 9th hearing is specifically for arguments on these motions, arguments on the motion to dismiss by the defense, and arguments from the prosecution in the opposition motion to dismiss. So this is going to happen on August 9th, and this hearing is specifically going to be for that. So I'm looking forward to that, and of course, I will be streaming it. You better believe I'll be streaming it, because I'm dying to hear what the hell is going to be said here. Right, and celebrate. Yeah, celebrate isn't real, right? Exactly. Now, since I'm on Twitter, I'm going to move on to the next part. I told you it wouldn't take me long to get on to discuss this. I'm not going to rant and rave about it for too long because I'll just end up repeating myself. And if you guys noticed, I haven't been drinking a lot of coffee down here lately, because it's hot. It's hot. And I think I'm going to put an AC. I think I'm done with this shit. And I think I'm going to put an AC down here in my studio. And yeah, because it's really frustrating. The heat really gets on my nerves. Little Irish Girl member for 4 months. Thank you so much. Celebrate ain't even real, Will. Exactly. No, it's not beer. I'm still not drinking. And I'm not, like, again, I'm not in recovery or anything like that. I just I really like how I feel right now. So I've been avoiding drinking, and plus, it's really counterproductive to going to the gym. So I haven't been drinking. I haven't drank in a long time. So I like the caffeine, and I drink these energy drinks, and so, yeah, these are pretty delicious for 0 calories. They're really good. So if you're ever at the grocery store and you happen to see these, get yourself a Bang Energy Delish Strawberry Kiss. All right. So now, and I saw AA Ron was in here earlier complaining about the intros. AA Ron, you need to chill the fuck out, bro. Okay? We start when we start, and that's it. Yeah, no, AA isn't for quitters, man. You know what? Let's just talk shit. Why not? So I've actually, there have been people who convinced me that I had a drinking problem. And I don't, because as you can see, it's real easy for me to just be like, you know what? Let me just chill out with that for a while. Very easy. Very easy. So at one point, I wasn't so convinced of my own willpower. And so I I went to a couple of AA meetings, and this is not to fault anybody. And I was just talking to somebody about this like yesterday, I think. And I was talking to this person, and I was remembering, like, I went to an AA meeting, and again, this is not anybody who, because I know that it helps a lot of people. I've seen it help people. I'm not trying to trash talk AA. It's just, it's not for everybody. Specifically, it's not for me. Because I sat down in this meeting, and I remember I attended a couple times, and they have the whole thing with the chip, and the chip is a great tool to keep you, it's a physical, token to keep you on point. And it's a great process. It's a great tactic. And it helps a lot of people. But I couldn't help but feel like, when I was sitting there, feeling like, if I get into this, then what I'm doing, at least I would be trading one dependency for another. I'm trying to not do that. And congratulations, Street Squirrel, right on. And like I said, it helps a lot of people. It's just not for me. And I did not want to trade one dependency for another, and that other dependency meaning to go into a meeting and sit down and discuss my shortcomings that would happen from drinking and listen to other people's and then and I was really scared of, like, if I can't find a meeting, what am I going to do? And I didn't want to feel like that. So I just dug real deep and I was just like, all right, it's time to take full accountability for your own shit. And this is bullshit because, I like to feel turnt once in a while. You know what I mean? I like to feel turnt once in a while. And if I want to feel turnt, I should be allowed to just go and feel turnt and not, have to go in here and face all these people and go, fuck this. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't want to do that. So I was like, all right, well, let me just, AA is for people with drinking problems. And again, everyone is different. I know somebody personally, like, I'm blessed to not have this problem, but I know somebody personally who just can't fucking drink. The second that alcohol enters their bloodstream, I'm talking about the smallest amount enters their bloodstream, they are a completely fucking different person. And they can't function in the slightest bit whatsoever. Those are people who should not drink at all. But me personally, I was like, okay, I'll try the AA thing, but you know what? It turned out to just not be for me. Because again, I like to be able to feel turnt and I don't want to feel like just because I fell off the wagon one night, that I failed in some way. You know what I mean? But for a lot of people, that one night means failure. I'm just saying, not for me. But for a lot of people, it does. And that's why AA is really helpful for a lot of people. So I'm not trash talking AA, and I'm not trash talking people who are in recovery using AA to recover. I'm not doing that because, again, everybody's different. Everybody's different. So, and if AA has helped you, man, more power to you. Absolutely. Stay strong. But yeah, I'm just, these are cold. So I'm drinking, energy drinks. Yeah. So bang energy, folks. If you ever feel like pulling up on somebody, bitch, get a bang. Delish strawberry kiss. Bang, bang. Okay. Now, there was, let me look at something else here. That was on Twitter while I'm here, because this is very, very funny to me. Hold on. I love, before I get into this, let me just discuss something real quick. I just want to find this and have it ready for when I'm ready to talk about it. Okay, here we go. So apparently there's this dude, okay? Nick Friolio or Nick Frijoles. I don't know what his name is, but he's a little nutty. Yeah, he's a little nutty. And I know that Sean McDonough, going through the motions, and I have all of the respect in the world for Sean, and I really honestly do. And this person has been on Sean's platform, and this dude was on Sean's show a while out of a few nights ago. I don't even know, a few nights ago, where he was basically saying that that me, Brian LTL, and Turtle Boy were being paid off by George Soros to do what, I still don't know. I what are we being paid for? I really don't know. I I have no idea. But so, and honestly, this is how uninformed I am. When I heard this, I had to Google George Soros, and I was like, okay. Never even heard of the dude, much less am I being paid by him to do anything. But and that's the thing, is the reason why I'm bringing this up. There's no reason to even really discuss it, because everyone knows it's ridiculous. That there's no even need to defend myself or Brian or Turtle Boy against those insane allegations. That's not the point. And why I'm bringing this up. I'm bringing this up because people were somehow trashing Sean for having him on there. Let me explain something to you guys. And I want you to know that this is strongly how I feel about this. This is truly my honest opinion. Little Irish Girl, thank you so much. I want all my super chats back, damn it. No.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got.
There you go, Little Irish Girl. That's the best you get right there. It's the super chat dance. Yeah, let me explain something to you guys who have these opinions about, and I'm gonna be a little harsh. Don't take it personally, please don't. But I am gonna be a little harsh, and I might come off a little abrasive in the way that I express this, because as a YouTube creator, it's important that you have an understanding as a subscriber and as a supporter of how this works. Just because, okay, do you remember old, like before you had a chance to change the channel, like you were watching, it was like, I don't know, Saturday morning, and whatever the last Saturday morning cartoon was before you got up and you went outside to go play, but you didn't get to the TV in time to turn it off, and then some local weird fucking cable access or whatever the fuck happened, where it was like butt fuck Massachusetts today, and there was like some asshole you never heard of with some asshole that you never heard of either, sitting next to each other and talking. But before they came on, it would say, there would be a disclaimer that says the opinions expressed on this show are not necessarily those of butt fuck today. There's, you know what I mean? That there's a reason why they would have that disclaimer. The same thing applies. Are you people that fucking ignorant who are blaming Sean for anything that this guy was saying to that you don't do we have to give those disclaimers before our each one of our fucking streams? Any video or stream? Anytime we have a guest, I have to give that disclaimer? Or do you have enough common sense to differentiate the difference between one individual's opinion and my opinion? I mean, because that's ridiculous. To blame Sean for anything that this guy says is asinine. It makes absolutely no sense. Buzzy for Truth, thank you. Claire, are you holding out? Are you friends with Soros? Right? I don't even know who the fucking guy is. I don't care who the guy is. I didn't even really read it. Like you know how when you Google something, like there's like choices, and then there's this one like kind of big picture, and then has like a few little facts, and then it says George Soros is a philanthropist, blah 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 blah. And I barely thumbed through that. I didn't even click on it. I don't give a shit enough about George Soros to do any research on George Soros because I don't fucking care. But my point being, like, going back to what I was saying, I mean, all of you people, everybody who's blasting on Twitter, like, oh my God, Sean needs to vet his guests better and blah, 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 blah. Dude, shut up, please. Because you have to have enough common sense. If you have enough common sense to just simply look at the evidence and realize that Karen Reed is not guilty of this crime, well, then you should have enough common sense to differentiate the difference between one individual's opinion and the host's opinion of their YouTube channel or their YouTube show or podcast or what the fuck ever. Seriously. You know, so stop blaming Sean because he had a whack job on his show who was running his mouth. Maybe there were other things that he found that were credible. Maybe they're friends. Maybe, who knows? Who knows what Sean's reasons are for bringing the dude up? But you don't get to sit there and look at Sean McDonough and watch his show and be like, yeah, Sean. And then one fucking banana head coconut idiot shows up there and starts spewing nonsense, and then all of a sudden Sean McDonough loses credibility. Everything Sean McDonough said before all of a sudden loses credibility because he had a guest on his show that had a wild hair up his ass and fucking decided to run his mouth and spew nonsense out. How does that reflect poorly on Sean? Who knows? You know what I mean? Who knows? I might bring somebody up here and then they might say something completely insane. And that very well may happen. That very well may happen because every time I bring a guest onto my show, I have no idea what they're going to say. I barely even know what I'm going to talk to them about. I barely even know what I'm going to ask them. If I'm going to ask them anything specifically, I don't have that planned. What happens is sometimes, doesn't even happen all the time, but I'll send them a link prior to the show starting. We'll talk backstage before I hit the go live button. And I will tell them, hey, listen, I'm not a journalist. I don't consider this. I'm not going to consider this an interview. So don't think of it as an interview. And I don't give a shit about ad revenue. So, you know, if you want to cuss. I don't censor myself here. I don't expect you to. I want you to have a good time. I expect us to have a natural conversation, and we'll see where it goes. And I just want you to have a nice time and feel comfortable. That's what I tell everybody before we start the show. Everybody. That's if I have a chance to. That's if I have a chance to talk to them. Sometimes they don't click on the link till after I've started the stream. But if they click on the link before I start the stream, I will talk to them privately backstage and have this discussion with them, and they understand. But the point being is that they are free to say whatever they want. Because I assume that my audience has enough common sense to know, hey, well, you know, that's just some guy that Glare has on. That doesn't mean that that's what Glare thinks. It doesn't mean that the two of them commiserated and had these long conversations on the phone. Like, yo, oh shit, what's up, JFK? Yeah, dude. Yeah, how's the fam? Good. Yeah, bro. Totally. Yeah, so listen, this is what we're going to do, okay? I'm going to say this and that and this and that, and then you're going to come back and say blah, 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 blah. And then when the time feels right, slip in this information about Higgins and blah, 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 blah. None of that happens. Not on my show anyway. None of that happens. Buzzing for Truth, thank you. Soros is a mofo. Sean is gold. I guess. I know Sean's gold. That's all I know. But I don't know shit about Soros. I don't know shit about this Nick dude. The only thing I know about this Nick dude is that he used to show up. When I first started talking about the Officer John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case, I used to this dude would show up in my chat. Some of you guys have been with me that long, and you remember this. But this dude used to blast and spam my chat. What's up, Turtle Boy? It's good to see you, buddy. Right, exactly, Turtle Boy. This dude used to blast my chat with super chats. He used to spam my chat with super chats. And when I say spam, I fucking mean spam, dude. I mean one after the other, and everything was in all caps. Trying to promote his channel. Trying to get me to go on his channel. And then apparently he did the same thing to Brian LTL. And I'm talking, he spammed my chat with so many super chats that Cherry had to hide him. Cherry had to block him. Because, I mean, if I was the grifter that Plevin is always accusing me of being, accusing Turtle Boy of being, accusing LTL of being, yeah, I don't even know if he has a channel, Turtle Boy. I don't even fucking know. But he would say this stuff. And I remember looking for it. I even wasted time. There was a couple of live streams because I felt bad because he was giving me so much fucking money. And I felt bad. So I was like, all right, man, and I'd stop my live stream and I would go and look for it. And I'd be like, hey, dude, I cannot find the channel you're looking for. And then he'd super chat again, go, dude, search this, and this. And I wasted valuable time. I wasted my viewers' valuable time trying to fucking appease this dude. And it got to a point. Can you imagine cutting somebody off who was dropping money, like making it rain like I was a fucking stripper, making it rain in my chat to the point where Cherry had to block him, where me and Cherry were like, yeah, that's enough of this fucking dude. Like, I can't. And that was back in like fucking November, bro. Yeah, Turtle Boy, I have to read your article. I saw some of the bullet points about it, but I haven't actually read it in full. Maybe I will, actually. That's actually a good idea. Maybe I'll just go over that right now. Dude, I've never seen any shit like that in my life. I've never had to block somebody for giving me too many fucking super chats. Imagine having to block somebody for giving you too many fucking super chats. Imagine having to block somebody for giving you too much money. Bro, like, are you kidding? Ray Westman, thank you so much. I absolutely love you. You will never need to defend yourself to me. Same with Turtle Boy and Sean. People are mofos. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, again, I'm specifically talking to the people who shit all over Sean for having the guy on his channel. Just because the guy has a guest on his channel doesn't mean that they think exactly alike. If I bring somebody on the channel, doesn't mean that I agree with every single thing. I don't agree with everything Turtle Boy says. I don't agree with everything LTL says. I don't agree with everything Sean says. I don't agree with everything that Melanie Little says. I don't agree with everything that Young Jerk says. Just because we all believe that Karen Reed is innocent of this crime, it doesn't mean that we agree on every single little aspect of the case. We do, however, agree on things that are just plain fucking evidence that you cannot overlook. You cannot, it's there. It's fucking there. So yes, because all of us collectively and individually have common sense, we can look at evidence and go, yes, we agree that, a ball is round. Yes, we can do that. But we don't have to agree on every little thing. We don't have to agree on every speculation. We don't have to agree on every theory. We don't have to agree on anything politically. We don't have to agree on anything that is not absolutely evidence. So it's just you sound, I'm trying to help you because some of you guys are supporters of mine and I appreciate you. You sound dumb when you trash Sean McDonough for simply having a guy on who went fucking rogue, man, and just started talking crazy. You know what I mean? Like you sound dumb. So knock it off. So let me go over. Yeah, let me find that real quick, actually. Because what's funny is I'm already laughing. You know why I'm already laughing? Because I know whenever I read a Turtle Boy article, I laugh every time because he's funny as shit. Every time I crack up. And we're gonna get into some other stuff about Turtle Boy too. Because I have some opinions on some recent updates involving him. And it's fucking wild, man. It's been a big few days. It's been a big end of last week for Turtle Boy as far as some updates go. And I'm just kind of searching here for here we go. Is this the article? That's not the article. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. So it's called Canton Cover Up Part 380. Scammer Nicholas Frijoles using Karen Reed case to promote QAnon theories, has warrant for assaulting elderly lawyer, owes millions in civil judgments. Jesus Christ. Wow. And so Turtle Boy goes on to say, Sean McDonough is a retired DEA agent who has provided a lot of insight on the federal investigation into the investigation of John O'Keefe's murder, as well as being very critical of the way law enforcement handled evidence on the morning John was murdered. Last night on his YouTube live program, he had a former Red Sox GM, Dan Duquette, and a man named Nicholas Frijoles to discuss what they allege is deep-seated corruption outside of the Karen Reed case. Frijoles said that a lot of crazy things that a lot of people apparently believe because my inbox has been flooded with people asking if I watched it. And because I think it's important that our side not associate with people who lie and spread misinformation. Good point. I wanted to write about who Frijoles really is and why he is not the type of person the Free Karen Reed movement should have anything to do with. An unfortunate byproduct of my coverage of the Reed case is that my inbox is flooded with people who want me to write about their alleged stories as victims of corruption. While I don't doubt there are other people out there who have been victimized by government corruption, I don't have the time to look into every case right now. I like the Reed case because it's so transparently obvious that she was framed for murder, but I can't tell you how many times I've been approached at her hearings or at other events with people trying to tip me off to their story of corruption. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Stop using the Karen Reed case to promote your own story. Just because I believe that she is the victim of conspiracy does not mean I'm going to blindly believe that you are. And I'm going to piggyback off of that because I don't imagine that it happens nearly as much to me as it happens to Turtle Boy, but it does happen to me. There are people who just fucking flood me with, now I wouldn't say flood is not accurate. It's probably most likely very accurate with Turtle Boy, but with me it's not accurate to use the word flooded. But I do get quite a few of emails and and direct messages with, okay, here's my story. And I got to be honest with you people. And you might think I'm a dick, and that's fine because I kind of am. And I understand that. But oh shit, hold on. Breaking news. Worcester County DA's office. Oh, you locals get mad at me when I say that. Filing motion to revoke Krusty Panty's bail tomorrow at 9. I will be testifying. What? Worcester. The Worcester County DA's office is filing a motion to revoke Krusty Panty's bail tomorrow at 9, and I will be testifying. Guess what I'll be streaming tomorrow morning? So yeah, well, yeah, that's fun stuff. That's fun stuff. It's gonna be a long night for Krusty Panties. I'll tell you that right now. It's gonna be a long night. I could just see Leo Minster District Court. Thank you, Turtle Boy. I appreciate it, buddy. And I will keep an eye out for a Zoom link or something to that effect, if possible. And I agree. Finally, absolutely. And I think that deserves a.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
True Crime Kangaroo, thank you so much. Sean is gorgeous and I love him. He didn't deserve any abuse. Not cool. This needs to be stressed, though. Both Karen Reed, Turtle Boy movements can't afford to lose credibility with shady characters like Nick F. Yeah, but and I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. And I do agree with you in theory. Okay. I do agree with you in theory. Hold on. I just want to keep up with Turtle Boy's updates here. She was planning on coming on Zoom like last hearing. Her court-appointed attorney told her she must show up now. Nice. Okay. Awesome. Her court-appointed attorney. Thank you, Turtle Boy. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for all the updates, man. But okay, so I agree with you in theory. The movements can't afford to lose their credibility with shady characters like Nick. And here's the thing is every movement is going to have shady characters, that they are. I mean, you're going to look at things like, and it just really, it all depends on your perception and what you consider. Everybody's opinions of the level of credibility varies. Some people might think that my past affects my credibility and what I'm talking about. Many people don't, but a lot of people do. A lot of people feel that Turtle Boy's behavior affects the credibility of the movement. I don't think it does, but a lot of other people do. Some people think that this Nick guy talking about it is going to affect credibility. I don't think so. I don't really think so. I mean, I don't want nothing to do with the guy, but I'm not looking at it in the sense, and I understand the concern. I understand being like, oh my God, this is terrible. And you can't have a nutbag like that, talking about it and blah, 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 blah. But I mean, the bottom line is you're always going to find something about somebody who can be argued, who it can be argued is less credible. Scott McGinnis, hold on, let me find it. Leo Minster District Court. I think it's how you say it, Leo Minster District Court, Scott. There's going to be people. I mean, there's going to be people who well, there's always going to be something that comes up from someone's past that might affect someone's delicate sensibilities, and they're going to be like, that person's not credible to me anymore. It just is what it is, So in I'm not going to sit here and criticize Sean McDonough for having a guy on his channel who turned out to be a nutbag, and I don't think that affects Sean's credibility in any way, shape, or form. And I don't think that that Sean should be in any way criticized for having him on there because he somehow affected the credibility of the movement. I don't think that happened. I think people have enough common sense, and people have enough common sense to differentiate one person's opinions from another. And sometimes you're just going to have a wild person. I mean, just because he had him on the show doesn't mean that Sean agrees with everything that he's saying. Maybe they connected in another conversation, and maybe the guy, I don't know, is the scammer that Turtle Boy says that he is. And he scammed Sean to get on his show. Anybody think of that? So who is Sean? Sean is Sean McDonough, and he has a channel called Going Through the Motions, and he is a former DEA agent, and he understands how federal investigations work, and his insight has been invaluable to this case and this quote unquote movement. It's been invaluable. Sean is great, and I stand by Sean 100%. So I'm not going to, I'm not going to criticize Sean because he had a guest on his channel that said something that is a little wild. He did call it out. You know what I mean? The guy said what he said, and then he called it out, and it was like, yo, wait a minute, dude. What else do you expect him to fucking do? You expect him to get into a DeLorean and not have the guy on? There's nothing that you can do about it, bro. It's not a big deal. So people need to calm the fuck down about Sean. We all learn. I've made friends with people on this platform who were very good at fooling me as to what their intentions were, and then their true colors came out. That happens. I'm not gonna sit here and criticize Sean because he had some guy that was talking out of his ass. It happens, man. What am I responsible when I open the phone lines? Am I responsible for fucking everything that somebody says when they get on my on my channel and speak and express their opinions? I'm responsible for that? Fuck that. No, I'm not. Fuck you. If you think I am, fuck you. I'm not. I'm not responsible for anything anybody else says. So, yeah. Stop it with the Sean bashing because he had this fucking dipshit on his fucking channel. It happens. Every creator goes through this. It happens. Turtle Boy's article goes on to say that Nicholas Frijoles has been sending the money during live shows to read his ridiculous rantings about how he's the victim of corruption and directs people to his website where he allegedly documents it all. It reached the point where I told him I'd no longer read his messages no matter what he paid me. So he finally stopped. So he was doing the same thing with Turtle Boy. Okay. Wow. This is his MO. He has paid for planes displaying his website to fly overhead at Karen's hearings. Before ever hearing him speak, I could tell he was deranged. And I was trying to use the read case to push, and he was trying to use the read case to push his story. Unfortunately, the corruption in the read case has led many to blindly believe people like Fioro. See, I can't even say it. Frijoles, dude. I'm saying Frijoles. When they spew nonsense. Last night on Sean's program, he said that he's living in Connecticut and can no longer return to Massachusetts because he will be incarcerated, just like Turtle Boy, and MS-13 will drug and kill him because he has warrants out for his arrest. He claims he is working with federal authorities and has taken a proffer. Oh, I guess that's why he can, use a fucking debit or credit card to super chat channels and try to promote himself. Let's watch some of these videos. Hold on. Let's see what this article is gold, Turtle Boy. Well done, my friend.
Because
if they don't kill me first, Sean.
Well, but you spent 10 minutes of my time, and you didn't give me your game plan. So give me a game plan with 2 minutes.
So the game plan was, how do you expect me to remove warrants if I walk into the state of Massachusetts? I'll be arrested and incarcerated.
See, Sean's even onto his shit, dude. Like,
just like Turtle Boy, and they will probably try to section.
Just like Turtle Boy. I'm a victim just like Turtle Boy. I know that Turtle Boy went to jail and his viewership increased from going to jail. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try to gain some sort of clout from people by riding his coattails and saying that I'm going through the same thing as Turtle Boy. I'm just as much of a as a crusader as Turtle Boy. No, you're not, bro. Shut up. Stop it.
Section me and drug me. And
Okay.
I will be killed by an MS-13.
Well, you'll be a fugitive forever then. You're going to be a fugitive forever? What are you going to do?
No, I'm going to rely upon the United States trusted federal authorities that we're working with.
All right, hold on. Sorry. Let's go to the next one.
Staying away from the state of Massachusetts, because once I would be back in the state, I clearly would be arrested, just like Turtle Boy was. We know his charges are bogus. We know he spent time in jail on frame up. I mean, he got framed on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Why aren't we talking?
Yeah, my ADHD made me jump from all kind of different places, and I apologize. But I want to go back to what I was saying about people sending me things about their experiences with corruption in Massachusetts. Listen, I can't say that I disagree with Turtle Boy on this at all. I mean, and I think the justification is, oh, well, there's more corruption, and I'm just trying to bring awareness to all the corruption. But the problem with that is it's just, we need to we need to just focus on the Karen Reed thing right now. Right now, and the Sandra Birchmore thing right now, because what's going to happen is if you just overdo it with all of these other things, and the thing is I can't sit there and do a deep dive into all of your court documents and everything that's going on with you. And the same thing happened when I was dealing with the Michael Long situation. People who were like, oh, well, the courts in Texas, the family courts are all dirty. And this is what made it really frustrating, because everybody thinks that they're in the right. Just like, if what happens when you go to prison, most of the people in prison think that they're innocent. They're like, no, it was a frame up, or my lawyer didn't do a good enough job, and blah, 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 blah. I got fucked by my lawyer. This is the excuses that you hear. I can't, and if I don't have the time to do it, Turtle Boy most definitely doesn't have the time to do it. And I'm telling you, I don't have the time to sit there and go through all of your details of your court documents at the risk that I find out that you probably totally ended up in the fucking position that you were in because you fucked up. You know what I mean? Just to find that out. I don't want to end up finding that out. I don't want to sit there and put all this time when I could have actually been focusing on a case where I know someone's already innocent. You know what I mean? I don't have the time or the resources or the energy, frankly, to do that. So I'm not the guy, man. I'm not. So I understand this is the best thing that you can do. if you have been wronged via corruption by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, then spread the word on the Karen Reed case. That's the best chance that you have to making change. Spread the word on the Karen Reed case. Spread the word on Sandra Birchmore. Because the thing is I can't, you know what I mean? Like, I'm taking away attention on something that really needs attention right now. And that's not to minimize your situation so much, but regardless, your case is already minimal. It's already way in the back seat to the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe situation, as well as the Sandra Birchmore. It's, you know, if you feel that you've been wronged by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the best thing that you can do is spread more information on the Karen Reed case. That's the best thing that you can do. Or hire a lawyer the way that Karen Reed did. She hired a great team. And Turtle Boy did. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that too in a little bit. But I just wanted to make that point. You know, you're kind of wasting your time, because honestly, and this is where you'll think I'm a dick, because I kind of am. When I get these emails that are fucking like, here's my story. Back in 2004, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, I'm not reading that. I barely have the attention span to stay on one subject while I'm live talking with you guys. Do you really think that I have the attention span to do a deep dive into your email and hear your whole story? I mean, I don't. I simply don't. You know, and I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm really not. I'm just being realistic. And I want you guys to think, you know, those of you who do that, because I'm not trying to minimize what you went through. I'm saying that sending me the information is not going to do any good for you. The best thing that you can do if you were wronged by the Commonwealth is hire a good attorney. That's the best thing that you can do. Because even Turtle Boy, who has the power that he has, even Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy, who has the power to inform the way that he has a platform where many, many, many people pay attention. What did Turtle Boy do? He still hired a really good lawyer, and he's still building that team. I mean, these are the things that you have to follow the example of, because sending me an email thinking that I'm going to do I don't know what you want out of that, you know? I mean, I don't know what you want me, what's going to happen if I do that, you know? So it's just, you're wasting your time. You need to just hire an attorney, and that's the best thing that you can do.
Talking about that. Why does Turtle Boy not want to talk about how the Massachusetts State Police and his ex-girlfriend clearly framed him and set a trap? Let's call it Catch the Turtle on Christmas Eve. They did the same thing to me. They've done it 8. Clearly framed him and set a trap. Let's frame.
Sorry.
We know his charges are bogus. We know he spent time in jail on frame up. I mean, he got framed on Christmas Eve. Why aren't we talking about that? Why does Turtle Boy not want to talk about how the Massachusetts?
Okay, stop, dude. I don't even know how many times I've talked about it, and I've heard Turtle Boy talk about it almost every single time he goes live. I mean, what is this guy talking about? Why is he saying that? Why is he saying that nobody's talking about the fact that Turtle Boy is being railroaded? Everyone's talking about that. Anybody who supports Turtle Boy is talking about that. What does he mean? Why is he saying why isn't what, like, as if Turtle Boy is trying to hide something? Turtle Boy talks about this constantly. Like he makes sure that everyone knows, and rightfully so, but he makes sure that everyone knows that he's being railroaded by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. It's no secret. I mean, and the reason why it's no secret is because Turtle Boy makes sure that we all know about it every chance that he gets. I don't understand. That is literally the entire point. Thank you, Kelly Cal. Appreciate it. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Turtle Boy has his own fucking defense fund, dude. Like, what?
State Police and his ex-girlfriend clearly framed him and set a trap. Let's call it Catch the Turtle on Christmas Eve. They did the same thing to me. They've done it 18 different times to me. And they did it to Karen Reed. They set up a frame of her and they framed her for a crime she didn't commit. Taking us to staying away from the state of Massachusetts, because once I would be back in the state, I clearly would be arrested, just like Turtle Boy was. We know his charges are bogus. We know
we
he
already
spent
watched that.
time in
Sorry.
jail. And you guys aren't being fed narrative, Sean. Turtle Boy and Glare and LTL early on were paid operatives spreading a narrative and a story.
All right, well, listen, hold on. All right, so listen, what's it now going forward for you? You have these warrants that are out for you. How do you plan to resolve these issues? That's what I need to know, because I need you available.
Let's watch that one more time, because I just fucking love it.
And you guys aren't being fed narrative, Sean. Turtle Boy and Glare and LTL early on were paid operatives spreading a narrative and a story.
All right, well, listen, hold on. All right, so listen, what's it now going forward for you? You have these warrants that are out for you. How do you plan that are out for you? How do you you have these warrants that are out for you? How do you plan to resolve these issues? That's what I need to know, because I need you available.
And you guys aren't being fed narrative, Sean. Turtle Boy and Glare and LTL early on were paid operatives spreading a narrative and a story.
All right, well, listen, hold on. All right, so listen, what's it now going forward for you? You have these warrants that are out for you. How do you plan to resolve these issues? That's what I need to know, because I need you available.
Right. Sean was like, what the fuck? Like, he just laughed, which I love. I thought that was fucking great. So Turtle Boy points out here, notice how he throws in, just like Turtle Boy. Everyone knows that my arrest and charges are the textbook example of corruption. People like Frijoles knows that people know that. And they try to compare their situation to mine in order to use my legitimate struggles to get people to pay attention to them. He even said that Brian LTL, Will DeGlare, and I are paid operatives of George Soros because we won't have him on our shows. I'm not. Yeah, like, if I were to clown the guy, I'd bring him up here, you know. But the thing was, I mean, I don't know. Again, people have their own reasons for bringing somebody on their show. I'm not going to criticize Sean for bringing him on his show at all. But the reason why I just didn't see any benefit from bringing him on my show. And honestly, most of it, if I'm being totally honest, let me be totally honest. When someone behaves like he did in my chat, just out of fucking principle, I'm like, no, that's a red flag. That's a red flag. It's the same kind of red flag that you get when you meet a significant other. Well, they're not quite yet a significant other, but you first meet them and then, you know, you're all excited and you're like, man, I wonder how this is going to go. And then you exchange numbers and then that person just starts blasting you with texts, right? Is that not a red flag when that person starts blasting you with texts with all caps and sending you meme after meme, and you guys, you don't know each other like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a red flag. It's like, whoa, pump the brakes there. I don't need that, you know? So, you know, and just because I'm like, I don't even want to be bothered with this person. I don't even want to be bothered with this person. So I just blow them off. Jen Del Rio, thank you so much. Can you please just call him Frijolio? We made it up in chat. Thanks. All right. Frijolio it is. I need TV for my bottle. Right on. Thank you. So it goes on. Now, this is interesting because this goes on. Says basically, Turtle Boy says basically this guy is the QAnon boogeyman liberals are always accusing normal conservatives of being. But what Frijolio hasn't pointed out is that his warrants are for assaulting his elderly attorney, and he is a career scammer who has had millions of dollars worth of court judgments against him. Wow. In December of 2022, he was charged with A and B on assault and battery on an elderly person when he attacked attorney Kevin Peters at Boston Municipal Courthouse. And here's the record of it right here. And this is interesting because this this kind of reminds me of somebody. Interestingly enough, Carl Dougal was one of the cops involved in charging him and claims that Dougal conspired. Now, Dougal, if you guys don't know, Dougal is the guy who he's a hardcore Karen Reed is guilty guy. And he's a cop, and he basically assaulted Karen Reed in the courthouse during her trial. And he says, Turtle Boy says, interestingly enough, Carl Dougal was one of the cops involved in charging him and claims that Dougal conspired with his elderly attorney. In fact, it was the elderly attorney who attacked him and caused his wife, Tracy, to go into cardiac arrest as part of Operation Schoolhouse, whatever the fuck that means. Or motivated by cruelty, hostility, and revenge. His wife have been the targets of conspiracy with the BPD, DIV, and Detective Dougal, officer powers of attorney Kevin Peters, aided by BMC clerks Hogan, Laurie, and Miller, to unlawfully and maliciously prosecute and falsely charge Frijolio with assault and battery stemming from a June 6, 2022 incident during a deposition of Mrs. Frijolio at Peter's office. Contrary to the claims of others, the assault by Frijolio never took place, and the magistrate hearing transcripts reflect Mr. Peters was the true aggressor. It was defendant Kevin Peters' attack on both Nicholas and Tracy Frijolio on June 6, 2022, which caused a cardiac incident and near deaths of Mrs. Frijolio. Operation Schoolhouse was the BPD DIV's first secret sting that went horribly wrong that day, leaving Mrs. Frijolio with a compressed heart condition, PSVT. She is now no longer employed as a special needs teacher and is in possible need of a pacemaker. He claimed that this was yet another example of corruption, and I guess this is bullshit. But Turtle Boy says he claimed that this was yet another example of corruption because he is a prominent pro se litigant who has garnered attention on the national stage by exposing countless judges in kangaroo courts. He is without question a victim of secret courts and demands that every judge in his case be recused because they are all in on it. Okay. It's almost impossible to keep track of the lawsuits he's been involved in as a plaintiff and as a defendant. He's originally from Shrewsbury and has over 60 cases in Worcester District and Superior Courts. Wow. 60 cases. Wow. As a defendant. Holy shit. Oh, both as a plaintiff and as a defendant. But hold on. Yeah, I can't really zoom. Well, I can actually. Wow. Most of these, he's a defendant. Holy shit. Most of these, he's a defendant. Wow, dude. Wow, this is wild, man. He recently sued a former business partner for $30 billion, but forgot to pay the $350 filing fee. Holy shit, dude. I mean, okay, guys, for those of you who have followed my channel for a long time, and you guys have interacted with this person. Scott McGinnis just mentioned that he has interacted with this person in person. Okay, this dude is giving me hardcore JLR vibes, hardcore Jonatalia Lee Riches vibes, absolutely 100%. And he's a scammer. He's a fucking scammer, dude. Like, there's no way around this. He is absolutely a scammer. Calamity Jade, thank you so much. Does he wear flip-flops by chance? Thank you so much. No, see, here's the thing, Misty. This guy's not as smart as JLR. JLR is smarter than this guy. Trust me. I'm telling you right now, because JLR has actually achieved what this guy is trying to achieve. JLR has actually achieved it. He's actually achieved it. JLR has well over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. He's doing very, very well. He has managed to scam his way into the public eye, and that's it. He has a loyal following, and that's just not going to change until something really fucked up happens, which is probably just a matter of time because he's a shitbag. But yeah, this dude is giving me major JLR vibes. He's just, again, not as smart as JLR. And then it goes. This is an excerpt of a article here that Turtle Boy posted here. Northeast Edge is named as a defendant NE Edge is named as a defendant in a $30 billion lawsuit led by Thomas Quinn's former business partner at GoSpace, Nicholas Frijolio. That lawsuit was filed in January 2023, though has seen little progress since then. Immediately following the filing, the District Court of Massachusetts noted that Frijolio had failed to pay the $350 filing fee and $50 administrative fee. By October 2023, Judge Patricia Sullivan stated that thus far, none of the defendants named in this case have yet been served and appeared, as well as NE Edge representatives. The lawsuit lists over 70 entities and people, including Apple, T-Mobile, the city of Boston, and its officials and agencies. Sullivan additionally noted that as far as the pleadings reveal, none of these companies or people are implicated in any way in facts presented in the state court case. Wow. In a 2009 court case, he submitted a forged escrow letter into court evidence, which led the jury to get the wrong verdict. He was forced by the judge to pay for the defendant's court costs. Of course he was. Never occurred in that he never authorized the release to be delivered under cover of the unconditional letter. At the conclusion of the trial, the jury was asked one question: was there a condition precedent which not fulfilled and which had to be met before the release could be enforced? The jury, presumably relying on the escrow letter, answered the question in the affirmative. I'm going to go on to more of Turtle Boy's article here. We spoke with one woman who was a victim of his back in Worcester, and she was shocked to see him on Sean's program spewing conspiracy theories. He scammed this woman and her 2 children over a decade ago by renting her a different apartment than the one they agreed upon, turning off their power and water, then brought them to court and stole their mail so they weren't alerted about it and eventually defaulted. And then I guess there's a screenshot here of a text that says he's right up your alley for the ratchet brackets. He owned 157 Shrewsbury Street back when I met him. The building where blank is, my family owns the blank right next door. After being burned out of an apartment I was living in, he offered me an apartment in that building, showed me one apartment, and I jumped on it. It was nice, clean, and had 2 bedrooms. Upon move-in day, he pulled a fast one and had me move across the hall into a half-finished apartment, stating his partner rented the unit I was supposed to move into without his knowledge. Jesus, that's just bad business right there. Having 2 kids, I had no choice to take it. It was that or go back to a hotel for God knows how long. Wow, what a piece of shit. For how long? This one was 1 bedroom, half the size. Told him I wasn't paying him the same rent as agreed due to his bullshit. I withheld $150 a month to make up for the work I needed to do to fixing it up to a livable state, to make up for the work I needed to bring it up to the livable state. That's when the craziness started. In the middle of the night, all my power would go off and water would be turned off. Oh my God. He padlocked the basement so I couldn't go in and turn it back on. This continued for a few weeks until I couldn't take it anymore. Police would come and miraculously the locks were gone, and he told them I was making it up. What a gaslighting piece of shit. This guy sucks. Police would come and miraculously the locks were gone, and I told them he was making it up. He would threaten me saying he would padlock the apartment if I didn't leave or pay up. Never got an eviction notice. Turned out he was stealing the notices from the court, and I missed the court date. He won by default, and next thing I knew, sheriff's department was at my door to evict me. Again, he claimed his partner did it and allowed me to store my stuff in the basement. Next day, he changed the locks on the building and put the padlocks back on the basement. You'd think my family, he'd be back in the basement. You'd think with my family, he'd be a little nervous about screwing me over. Nope. I just ended up moving out to Marlborough and then bought a house in Worcester in 2009. That's when he started making front page of the Telegram with all his scams and other real estate ventures he was involved with. He was shamed out of Worcester and especially Shrewsbury Street. I'm sure you'll be able to find a lot on him in just the Telegram and possibly WOMAG past issues. That's just my story. He's done this and much worse to so many other people. I promise you, he's in hiding because he owes everyone so much money, not because of criminal warrants. I was just going to get to that. If you use what I told you, leave the part about the diner out. Never know how he would retaliate, and my name too because of the connection. I'm surprised, shocked, blah 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 blah. He was exposed in 2020 by Ted Daniel for a scam. In 2020, he was running with a house of somehow owned in Nantucket. An attorney named Lauren Zajic paid him over $18,000 to rent the property for 17 family members. But right before the vacation was to start, Frijolio told her it was double booked. He claims some members of the Patriots also booked the house, and he was giving it to them because it was important to make them happy. Oh my God, dude. She was the first to sign the lease, and despite being promised by him that he would do the right thing, he never let her move in and never refunded the money. Jesus Christ, man. Says here 2 days before she was supposed to check into the stunning property on Tom Nevers Road, Lauren says the owner told her he had double booked it. She was out. Another party was in. Jesus Christ. He mentioned that the party was affiliated with the New England Patriots, that he was had to just made the connection with these folks and really wanted to keep them happy. Oh my God, dude. This is fucking wild, man. And this just goes on and on and on. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, folks, but obviously, make sure to check out. Here's the article. I'm going to post it here. Hopefully it'll post. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Make sure to check that article out. Because Turtle Boy spent a lot of time writing it. But I have to move on with what's going on at the show. Because I actually do want to talk a little bit about some Turtle Boy updates. Now, it has been announced that Turtle Boy has added a new member to his legal team. So not only does he have spicy Bradle, but he now has Mark Betterow, who he now has Mark Betterow, who has been frequently on the Young Jerks channel and has been very, very vocal about the Karen Reed case. And I am really, really excited about this, and I'm really happy for Turtle Boy. So big shout out to Mark Betterow. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing what he's going to do and seeing him and Tim Bradle collaborate. And I'm really looking forward, honestly, man. And just the petty guy in me, I'm looking forward to those hearings, dude. I'm looking forward to seeing what Mark Betterow does in action. You know what I mean? Like, dude, this is kind of like, this is like when like a pro wrestler that you've never seen wrestle before, and you just know him as an announcer, and then all of a sudden he just jumps in the ring, starts kicking ass. That's what this is like to me. Like, I'm dying to see Mark Betterow just take off his headphones, throw them down, and rush the ring and start beating some ass, dude. I'm like really excited about that shit. So yeah, this got really, really interesting. This got really interesting. So I really can't wait for that. I really can't wait for that. Right. And I love that because, he's not afraid to speak up on Twitter, give his opinions on Twitter. He's not afraid to go on YouTube channels and speak his opinion on YouTube channels. I absolutely love this. I absolutely love it. I like Mark Betterow a lot. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do. I got to get him up here one of these days. I'm terrible about reaching out to people to get him on the show. I'm fucking terrible about it. But yeah, I would love to get him up here and talk with him. Because I think he's fantastic. Now, just for the sake of fun, let me do this real quick. Move on to the next thing here. Yeah, I've been meaning to cover this. This is kind of old. This is at least a week old. But I've been looking forward to covering this and talking about it. Because I haven't watched it yet, and I was waiting to react to it. So this is when there was that hearing. Now this is not muted, that's just his sound. But this is when there was the last hearing for Karen Reed that was like 2 minutes. Nothing actually came of it. They set some dates and that's it. But I don't know what the hell he's doing here.
Yeah. And it's gonna be fine when I close it, right?
I'm not sure who it is. I don't know.
So if I close my computer, will it not work anymore?
Oh, yeah.
So should I try to do it on my phone then? Because I can't walk around my laptop.
Yeah, can you keep it going on your phone?
Yeah, it'll take the battery real fast.
Oh.
Do you think you could maybe leave it in the plugged in the restaurant? No.
About 30 seconds delay. Boys, I want you to say thank you to Kevin for the pizza.
Thanks, guys. You're welcome.
Good seeing you guys. Good meeting you guys.
Yeah, good meeting you.
It was good meeting you. I'll call you later.
Hey, have fun. See you guys. Have fun.
Peace, bro.
I mean, like, could there be like child abuse charges if he fed those kids D&E pizza? Is that what he did? Did he do that? Did he feed those kids D&E pizza? Can there be charges brought against Plevin for child abuse? Obviously, I'm kidding. Calm down, people. Don't go calling the cops and trying to report Plevin for fucking child abuse. It's a joke. Yeah, Ray Westman. That's.
Do you think I should log in through the
Thank you so much, Ray.
on my phone? Yeah. Because I don't want to use it for this, but log into it.
Well, how about, you know what?
Oh, I'm in the right channel. Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. So, I don't know. Not a loss.
You have me your YouTube channel?
Yellow Cottage Tales.
Dude, what the fuck is he doing, bro? Jesus
No,
Christ.
we're filming from there, right? So,
Why don't we
Excuse
try
me.
it?
okay.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens.
I know.
And we'll see if it turns on.
Although I think we're gonna have like free
That's good. You're good.
Was the restaurants out, like the food and
Still
stuff?
going?
Yeah.
Still going?
I saw
Oh,
that
good.
today. That
All right.
have, like,
All right. I'm just
crabs, free samples, all these things.
I'd like to start rolling out American Friday first. They did good to me.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. I see people still saying that Dave McGrath is in the background, helping him with his tech. Maybe, I don't know.
So
Dave was
streaming audio
during the whole trial. Dave showed up in my chat almost every single
on
day.
you as well.
This is wireless.
I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what's going on between some of these locals. I don't get it. I don't get the dynamic. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad. I'm saying I just don't. I don't know the backstories
And
of
so we're seeing
everybody's
what's here, right?
dynamic here.
Yeah, that's live.
Okay, guys, I'm here. This is Kevin. I'm here with my camera crew, Mark and Dylan. Tom Fleming's out and about. Dave McGrath just left, and we're gonna head over to the courthouse. So we're gonna see whoever wants to talk to us. And
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Roller Girl, and we are about to make adult film history.
We'll be here for right up until 2 o'clock. Then at 2 o'clock, we'll stream the hearing.
What is with this setup that he's got going on?
Just go through your shirt or just over your shirt, doesn't matter.
Yep.
There. Just go in your pocket.
Yep.
What's up, Tom?
Oh, you don't want to leave any of this stuff here, right? Is this Tom's? Jesus, Tom, he's fucking gone for a fucking hour.
Dude, what am I fucking watching right now? Like,
That's the post. Oh, I saw that. Yeah. Yeah, right now it's That's cute. So
all right. Which is the tool bag, folks? Which is the tool bag? We'll play the game, folks. We'll play the game of which is the tool bag. Which is the tool bag, folks? Which is the tool bag?
So
all right.
Hey, everybody, we're heading over to the courthouse in beautiful downtown Dedham. We're going to get a view of this courthouse. Mark, when we get a little closer, get a look at that. This is a pretty amazing dome because I've never seen a dome like this that has portholes in it. So it's pretty cool. And it's going to get loud for a second, though. We're walking by with their jackhammering, and then it'll get better. Sorry about that.
Dude, take that phallic fucking mic away from your mouth when you talk, please, bro. Like, relax. It's not Grant's dick, Plevin. Take it away from your mouth. Jesus Christ. That jackhammer's just following him everywhere. Like, fuck this guy and his stupid ass fucking dick mic. I love that shit. I mean, I gotta tell you, Plevin is a badass, okay? Because dude is clearly, well, not clearly, that's the point, but he's fighting stage 4 cancer, and he's spry as fuck. You know? I mean, Plevin, dude, hats off, man. Hats off for kicking cancer's ass one day at a time. Good job, buddy. We're proud of you, buddy. Fuck cancer. Good for you.
Okay, we're away from the jackhammer now, so that's good. And we're in search of the
You've got a Grant Smith Ellis jackhammer next to your mouth, buddy.
Tom Fleming. Hopefully he has not been abducted by pink shirts, and they are holding him prisoner somewhere and torturing him. This is my moderator, Tom Fleming, is missing. We'll find him somewhere, though. This really is a beautiful town. The old buildings, there are 2 courthouses here. There's the Superior Court and the District Court. The Superior.
Tom Fleming pulled a fucking Mickey Watts, brother. Is that Plevin coming? Is he coming? Fuck, man. Hold on. I know. Fuck, this fuck is gonna make me come over there and fucking do. Shut the fuck up. Tom Fleming snuck off with fucking Mickey Watt's brother.
Superior Court, where the trial is being held, has the Golden Dome. Then we'll get closer and you'll see it. Looks like we're going to get to the blue shirts soon.
Blue shirts.
You can hear the traffic. You can hear the people cheering.
Dude, yeah, we can totally fucking hear you slurping on that fucking Grant dildo.
So there's the district court right there. It's a very nice place to walk around. And there is the missing Tom Fleming himself.
Fucking Tom Fleming, bro. You know, my man was like, here he comes. Fuck. Hey, I was looking all over for you. Where were you?
Hey.
I kept you put down there. I didn't
right over here.
Be going that long.
Okay.
But I got Turtle Boy speech.
Okay. So we got two step. Oh, okay, this is stay here from the because of the restraining order.
You know what's awesome is this dude's fucking Grant dildo mic is totally picking up like how powerful that free Karen Reed movement really is outside of that courthouse. Like they're chanting. He's way down the street and his mic is picking it up, which is fucking great. I love it.
Yeah. So do you want to leave your stuff here, Tom?
No, I'm gonna put it
Okay. Yeah.
Keeping it running.
And we are live too. So does.
Sorry.
Yep. That's all right. So you guys have to. This is Kate. You all know Kate.
Did you see Aiden trying to get me arrested?
No, I just got here. Oh
He's
man.
terrified of me, but he beelined to me.
Other police pretty much just not interested.
No. It's nonsense. If you're afraid of somebody, you don't beeline towards them.
Right. So he's just clearly just trying to make a spectacle of trying to get you thrown out.
He wants me thrown out. I'm going to take that and I'm going to go to court with him.
Yeah. So
I mean,
you want me to have this?
Now, for those of you just joining, Turtle Boy was in the chat earlier, and he pointed out that there's a hearing tomorrow to revoke her bail at 9 a.m. over this incident. Okay. And her logic here is really fascinating because if you remember what happened, Turtle Boy, actually, let's watch that real quick. Let's watch that real quick. Let's go over what Krusty Panties is referring to here. It's pretty funny. I mean,
You're wearing the wrong color.
This is what Krusty Panties was referring to right here.
All right, so we're down here.
Thank you,
we're protesting for John O'Keefe. Let's see.
Giggly Will makes me
walking wherever I feel like walking. So that's 10 yards right there. She's definitely within 10 yards of me, knowing she has an order on me. She came here anyway, so that's on her. That's on her. All right, so here we go. Oh, we got a couple.
Now oh, wait. So this, I think this is, yeah, this is different. This is not what I wanted to go over. Hold on a second. It's the same day, but it's a little later. Hold on. No, that's not it. Hold on a second. Yeah, here we go. No, that's not it either. I don't know why I can't find that. Because I know he posted it. And I know it's on his YouTube. Oh well. Well, anyway, I went over it before. And Flaca, member for 15 months. Thank you so much. Holy all. Hello, hola all. Wow. Been a while since I caught a live. Well, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Yeah, I can't find it. I don't know what happened to it. But I know I went over it, and basically he tells a cop that she's in violation of the restraining order, because here's the thing is she's trying to say that in this video here, she tries to say here that he tried to get her arrested, which he did. Turtle Boy tried to get her arrested, but that is simply because Turtle Boy has a protective order against her for damn good reasons. And so he has this protective order against her, and the protective order is against her and not him. And covering the Karen Reed case is something that he has been doing for work, for a job, for at least a year now. At the very least, for longer than a year, for probably going on 2 years, at least a year and a half. So the fact of the matter is this is his job. She knows he's going to be there. And him being able to freely walk around within the vicinity of the courthouse means that she can't be where he's going to be. She's in violation of this court order. They made Turtle Boy leave the courthouse because somebody on that list of his bogus charges that are listed as witnesses were going to be inside the courtroom, and they made him leave the courthouse because of also because this Lindsay person has a protective order against him. She knows that he's going to be there. She shows up there having no prior interest, and they made him leave. Even though he's there doing his job, she's there to basically keep him from doing his job, and she succeeded to some degree. And he had to leave, which is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, it was my pleasure, man. That's a good channel, man. I'm subscribed. Thank you. So Turtle Boy has, and it's fine. It's whatever. It's red tape. It's a loophole that they were able to use to get Turtle Boy to have to leave the courthouse, because she has a right to be there legally, and therefore, if she has a restraining order against him, then by law he's going to have to be the one that leaves. Now, on a moral level, she did not have the right to be there, but on a legal level, she did. So, and then Turtle Boy just left because he doesn't want to end up back in jail, especially for something that he didn't do. And so here, and here's the thing is, I don't even think that Turtle Boy was actually, well, I don't think he was focused on getting her arrested. I don't think that that was his actual goal. Now, would it have been nice? For sure. But I feel like that would have been a bonus. And I can't speak for Turtle Boy. I'm just trying to judge what I saw. And basically what I saw there was that Turtle Boy was just trying to prove the bias from the police, from law enforcement, from the local law enforcement there, and from the Massachusetts State Police, as well as the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. He was trying to prove the bias. He was trying to prove, hey, I bet you anything, and he didn't say that, I don't think, but basically, I'm going to walk up here, I'm going to get it on camera, and they're not going to do shit to this woman. They're not going to make her leave. They're not going to do anything. You're welcome, buddy. Sorry. Clubber, when he drinks water, he always comes up and like gives me a kiss, like as if to say thank you, because he's a grateful little dog. He's great. So yeah, I think that he I clearly he was just trying to prove the point, mainly that they weren't planning on doing anything to her. That the same rules don't apply, which only proves his point more. Now he has that on video. Now, with the superstar team that he has of Tim Bradle and Mark Betterow, now with that superstar team, he's going to be able to present this in court if this goes to trial, which it probably will. His case goes to trial. He's going to be able to prove that there's an absolute bias here, that the law was absolutely weaponized. That is sheer evidence that the law was weaponized against Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy. Because if he has a protective order against her, why isn't it enforced? Why is it not enforced?
This is Kate. You all know Kate.
Did you see Aiden trying to get me arrested?
No, I just got
times?
here. Oh,
He's
man.
terrified of me, but he lied to me.
Other police pretty much just...
No, he beelined across the street that you're blocking, like the crosswalk.
They told him to fuck off.
Not interested.
Yeah. It's not.
Right, they told him to fuck off. Yeah. Here she is bragging about the fact that the cops don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about the fact that there's a protective order against her. They don't care. We watched how dismissive that cop was.
It's nonsense. If you're afraid of somebody, you don't beeline towards them.
Right. So he's just clearly just trying to make a spectacle of trying to get you thrown out.
He wants me thrown out. I'm going to take that and I'm going to go to court with him.
Yeah. So do you want me to have this? Do you want to say something to him? Or would you rather we head up there?
No, you can head up there. I'm just going to be over here. Absolutely.
Okay, we'll come right back. Okay. All right. Or restraining order war going on. So,
dude, what a fucking clown show this is, dude. You know what I mean? Like, you got this jackass walking around with a dick mic, eating the goddamn thing, and you got these idiots standing on the corner with their blue shirts who never showed their faces to support Officer John O'Keefe until now. I don't understand what kind of message they're trying to send here and how effective they think it's going to be. This is fucking mind-blowing, dude. I mean, who the fuck can take this guy seriously? Just look at him, dude. Look at him just walking around, fucking looking like the PE coach that isn't allowed to teach PE anymore, and he's fucking assigned to indoor suspension and babysitting the fucking dickheads that won't get outdoor suspension. They get indoor suspension for cutting class. So he's got to sit there and babysit him. He straight up looks like the guy in my indoor suspension in high school. Like that dude would do that shit. Welcome home, Will. He'd say my last name, but he'd be like, welcome home, Will. Because wearing those fucking pants that the way that they fasten, like there's this long thing that fastens way over here. You guys know what I'm talking about? Those pants that like has this long, like why they do that. I don't know why. They're fucking made of goddamn polyester. It's just walking around looking like the fucking failed PE coach that now has to babysit the fucking kids in indoor suspension who don't want to fucking go to school, won't dress out for PE. And he's sitting there fucking sleeping. He's got his sunglasses on while he's inside there. And he's fucking got a magazine open and the kids in indoor suspension are fucking throwing shit at him. And he's walking around dressed like one of these assholes eating a fucking Grant Dick Mike. Like what a clown show this is. This is ridiculous, bro.
So, Turbo has a restraining order against Kate, and that's why Kate is staying a distance.
Jesus Christ, bro. Turbo has an order against Pete. Blah, 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 blah. Relax, dude. Pull the mic away, dude. Pull Grant's dick out of your mouth, guy.
Distance away, but apparently Turtle Boy keeps coming down here to try to get her removed. And so this is a really good showing by the blue shirts. So this is excellent because, you know, it's been an imbalanced situation here for the last year. Now the tide has really turned. The evidence is out. The evidence is very clear in the case. Hey guys, how you doing? Good. We are live too. If anybody wants to say anything, you don't have to. It's open. If anyone wants to say, thank you. The support is something. Has it been mostly civil down here and respectful, or has it been kind of crazy? We need a bullhorn. Is that what?
We have one. We have music one.
Yeah. Hi, how you doing?
Dude, he needs to talk to. He needs to have a meeting with Kramer and Costanza's dad, Frank Costanza, and get a man's ear, bro. A man's ear / bro. That's what he needs. I'm telling you because I like you, Plevin. I'm telling you because I like you, bro. I mean, like, look at those fucking nips, guy. Dude, killing me.
I know. I remember you did very good on TV before. We are live if you want.
I didn't do that. I don't know where. There we go.
If you can.
It's just so important because a family shouldn't show up and be hounded like this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's just so important because a family shouldn't show up and be hounded by this. Yeah. You know, if anything, they should have support like this. And we're fed up, basically. Yeah.
And how does this feel compared to the way it was a few weeks ago when you guys first got here? And it was just
it's a lot more calmer. Yeah, people are being nice. They said hi. I counted. There's about 40 of us here.
Many people because now you guys have more blue shirts.
Yeah,
here.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's great. Well, you guys, I mean, it's really important for people to see that it's balanced.
Right.
You know, it's not just a sea of pink.
Right, exactly.
The one stream and we'll record it.
The problem with that, Plevin, though, is everybody already knows, Plevin. The problem with what you're saying, you're like, it's really important. It's important that people not just see a sea of pink, but, you know, they see, you know, a balance with the blue shirts, too. Everyone knows why the blue shirts are there. Everyone already knows. These people are way too late. Everyone driving by, like, you notice you don't hear anybody honking their horns at the blue shirts? It's because they don't think Karen Reed's guilty. Nobody there locally really believes that Karen Reed is guilty, especially not after the fucking trial where you said all the facts were going to come out, Plevin, where you said the experts were going to prove that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe in reverse with her SUV. And then we got fucking Trooper Paul. Like, that's what we got, dude. So everyone fucking knows that Karen Reed is innocent. Everyone, even at this point, already knows that there were jurors who came forward who are saying that they voted unanimously that she was not guilty on 2 of the counts. Not guilty of second-degree murder. Like, this is nothing but a clown show. It's a retard fest. That's all you've got going on here.
But I'm going to go over and say hi to Jay too. Nice to meet you, Julie.
This woman was following you around.
Wasn't me. I don't have that.
Honey, how are you?
Great show.
Oh, look at this guy.
Hey.
Look at this guy, bro. Like, does D&E give haircuts too? Does that does D&E give haircuts now? Is that what they're doing? Did they take a fucking styrofoam salad bowl, put it on this fucking guy's head, and shave around it? Is that what they did with this guy? Look. Oh my god, bro. This guy's killing me.
How you doing, Vivago?
Oh, hey, how you doing, man? Good. Thank you.
Tom Plevin here.
Yeah, he's here. And Dave McGrath was just here and just left. Yeah. So what's the atmosphere like compared? Is this your first time being out here with the demonstrators or in the court? Oh, okay.
I was actually at the first 4 hearings for Karen Reed on her side.
On her side, yeah.
And, I've been stormed into the crowd.
Why is every one of these fuckers a mouth breather too? Like, you tell, dude, close your mouth, guy.
So how does this compare to those first couple? The first time there were counter protesters here in blue was at
There
the
you
very
go.
end of that trial, right? So now you got a pretty good showing here. How does that change?
This guy feels so important.
But the support is a lot better. You can feel, more unity with more people here, so which is excellent. So, yeah.
So they have a little bit before when they had
yes, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're still outnumbered, but the truth is the truth.
Yeah.
There's taillight in his shirt for a reason. And we just got to get more people here, more numbers. And
unfortunately,
did he say that there's a tail light on the shirt for a reason? Is there a fucking tail light on the shirt? I got to get a good look at these shirts, bro. There's a tail light on the shirt. You mean the tail light that all the evidence dictates is not evidence and was planted? I mean, that tail light, and you guys put it on a shirt? Fantastic fucking tactic there that you got going on.
Actually,
you're the only one. I mean,
they're kind of grifting on this too, you know. I mean, there is a thirst for conspiracy, and there always will be with human beings, and so we've seen that even slowly.
Dude,
a lot of the mainstream channels.
Kevin, they don't know what chain of custody is, dude.
Obvious painful, and I would tell them that if I see him. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Just entirely grifting on the conspiracy. No attempt to analyze the evidence.
Oh, okay.
Totally agree with you.
Oh, okay. Thank
because
you.
Of you. I think you.
I was like, what? I was like, all right. I thought he said on the shirt. I think he did say on the shirt, but tail light in the in John's shirt. So that's the evidence that they're hanging on, is that Officer John O'Keefe, had tail light fragments embedded into his shirt, and that's the smoking gun, right? Officer John O'Keefe had pieces of tail light in his shirt, and that's the smoking gun. Okay. Again, no concept of chain of custody whatsoever. Let's just ignore all of the other shit that makes the taillight thing seem shady, right? Literally all the other shit. And also let's ignore the fact that that shirt wasn't even entered into evidence for 3 weeks. 3 weeks, because these guys, these troopers who are all, those detectives are all under internal affairs investigations currently. They're all under internal affairs investigation. So all of these people, all of these detectives who are under internal affairs investigation of the Massachusetts State Police have, it's not shady at all that they didn't enter this evidence, this shirt with the taillight fragments for 3 weeks. And there's pieces of the taillight found in it, right? But, you know, it's good. It's smoking gun shit. She totally did it. Based on that, like literally every aspect of credibility in the evidence that the Commonwealth is trying to use against Karen Read, the credibility of every piece of evidence is, every aspect of it is compromised. Every aspect of it, from the chain of custody to, first of all, from the theory of which the Commonwealth claims Karen hit John O'Keefe with his vehicle or with her vehicle, from that all the way to the chain of custody, and then from that all the way to the credibility of the officers who conducted the investigation. It's all fucked. And these guys are standing by it. These guys are all standing out there in tandem with blue shirts, claiming that that's somehow damning evidence. Amazing.
You get a lot of people on this side now, so I mean, you definitely helped me out. I grew up listening to the evidence, and you just made me.
You know, my job was just on YouTube to try to get the other side of the story out with the evidence, and but that's a very small role compared to what you guys are doing here, and I think it's really good, and it's taking a lot of courage too, and it's an organized mob. It's not like it's just a few random people within this mob who do things like that. It's highly organized, and it's been doing this for over a year. So, for instance, I talked to a hostess last year, not knowing what the repercussions would be, that she believed that Karen was guilty. This was around a year ago. And they organized and hundreds of people to try to take away her job. They tried to call her up. They tried to reduce the ratings of the restaurant on vacation for that week. But it's so fortunately, I wish I could have met her manager or the owner, because he completely supported her. And he said, no, you're good. You've been here for 7 years. We know you do a good job. But that's what they do.
We need more people like that.
Yeah, they're years.
Totally right. Totally right.
So, and this is.
I totally forgot about Y2J. You're on the list. I totally forgot about that. That's funny as fuck.
Thing that the mainstream media either doesn't understand or doesn't want to understand.
They don't.
So
it's a psych op. You know, they play.
Dude, the mainstream media is doing you favors, bro. What are you talking about? The mainstream media is doing you favors, because I haven't heard in one like actual segment, and I don't mean like the side show that this O'Donnell person hosts every day after the trial. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like when there's news at 10 or news at 5. No anchor sits there and discusses the actual details of the investigation and the problems with it. They just say problems in the investigation, alleged problems in the investigation, still painting the picture that Karen Read is guilty and that she has this magical defense team that's going to get her out of it. That's the narrative that's constantly being spun on Court TV, on fucking every local news station in you know, aside from like Ted Daniels tweets, you know, aside from things like that. But that's what's happening. There's a narrative going on basically that Karen Read is basically guilty and that she just has a great defense who's using these tactics to get her off. That's the same narrative that you're spinning, dickhead. What are you talking about? Mainstream media is on your side.
They plant some little seeds.
Yeah.
especially in this case. You know, it's just ridiculous.
I think that for a lot of people too, that if they haven't seen the whole trial or really looked closely at the evidence,
what's up, Mike?
They're vulnerable to odd things in every case, you know, and most of the things that were presented to us as odd have been debunked during the course of the trial, if not before.
We kind of wish he had a subscription, but no, I think the next trial, I think it's going to go a lot better.
Yeah.
What are you thinking about the next trial?
Yes, because people have asked me this.
All right, wait, just one second here. Wait, did he just say what I think he said? Did he really just say what I think he said?
Too, that if they haven't seen the whole trial or really looked closely at the evidence, they're vulnerable to odd things in every case, you know, and most of the things that were presented to us as odd have been debunked during the course of the trial, if not before.
We kind of wish he had a subscription.
No, that's just simply not true. That's just simply not true. See, Plevin has this real bad habit of what's the word? Lying. Fucking lying. He has this really bad habit of lying straight through his fucking teeth on a constant basis. It's really bizarre. Like, this is somebody who is clearly just simply focused on propaganda. Like, he's clearly just spewing out propaganda. Now, I'm not going to accuse him of being paid. I don't know if he is. I don't fucking know. But I know that he's been in contact with a lot of these major players in the Karen Reed's guilty camp. I know he's been in direct contact with them. I know that he's had people that we know are in contact with them on his channel. I mean, Twattendoffer was a fucking regular on there. So Furious, Turtle Boy's testifying against Karen Reed. Tamagi tagged you on X. Yes. No, Turtle Boy was in the chat earlier and let everybody know here in the chat. So yes, awesome. Thank you for that, Furious. But yes, we are aware. Turtle Boy was here and made us all aware. So if I can stream it tomorrow, I will. I absolutely will if I can. So, yeah, young jerks, you would know better than I would. I honestly don't know about that. But I don't understand what this guy. He's clearly just spewing propaganda, and the reason why I know it's propaganda is because he's fucking lying. He's just making shit up. He's sitting here saying things that seemed fishy and shady were debunked during the trial or before. Those were those are the words that he used. That's what he said, which is just simply not true. The trial, what it did was make people realize that the Commonwealth, A, is trying to deceive the jury, not the other way around, and that B, all of these people. Now, it was never proven that they did anything necessarily. There was never any solid proof that they actually did anything other than, make a 2:27 a.m. search for how long to die in the cold, right? But what we do know for sure is that every single one of these people sat up on the stand and lied. They fucking lied. All of them lied. So anybody who was going, well, oh my God, these poor people, they're being harassed and they're just innocent people who are respected members of the community. No. Because respected members of the community don't sit up on the stand in open court during a murder trial of somebody who's accused of killing a Boston police officer. They don't sit up there and fucking lie. That's not something that happens. if you are respected members of the community who have nothing to hide and you're innocent victims of harassment. You don't do that. This is fucking wild, man.
But no, I think the next trial, I think it's going to go a lot better.
Yeah.
What are you thinking about the next trial?
Yes, because and people have asked me this before, and the thing is the evidence is so solidly. I think Adam Lally had to take on an enormous burden all by himself. He had really no help, and just the incredible amount of witnesses that he had, all the technical data that he had to master.
See, Plevin is just not even good at spreading propaganda because he's basically saying without saying that Lally was being thrown under the fucking bus. That Lally was put in a position to where he had to present a case where there was no evidence. He's not acknowledging this, but he is kind of acknowledging it. He's kind of saying it without saying it, which is really funny. Well, Lally had no help, blah, blah, blah. Well, I mean, if you're going to tell me that this is the best that the Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has, a prosecutor like Adam Lally, who did jack shit in proving a case, who 90% of his witnesses turned out to be actually witnesses for the defense once cross-examination took place. You're going to tell me that Adam Lally was the best choice to try an impossible case to try? No. He was the best person to throw under the bus. He was the best person to be the face of a fucking sham, which was the trial against Karen Reed.
That said, he needs to do a better job. If you have bulletproof evidence on your side and you lose the trial, there's no excuse. In the trial here, there's the jury contamination issue. So people might say that some of those jurors that slipped on there, no matter how good a case the prosecution did, they were going to go the way they did. From what Alan Jackson has said, that supposedly the jurors have come forward, not a single one of them has said that they believe that John was killed inside the house, or there was a conspiracy, or there was planting of evidence, proved its case. And so, that evidence is there. It's a matter of presenting it to a jury in a good way, in a way that makes it convincing. I think that's all it is.
Mob mentality.
Yeah.
The jury said they could hear the mob.
Yeah.
I don't know if it has to be in another town or another county.
Yeah.
But this can't happen anymore.
Right.
The jury cannot be exposed to this.
Right.
And,
right. Well, I think I don't know. I don't put on one side. Possibly could make a difference to making the jurors feel, more confident.
Yeah. That's probably right.
But really, what it comes down to most of the time is just integrity.
Yep.
And I understand that the media and Turtle Boy is going to go at him.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Hi. My name's Chris Hansen. I'm with a show called To Catch a Predator. And you just see Plevin. Can you imagine? You just see Plevin like sitting there, and then Chris Hansen shows up eating a cookie that was left out for him. What's this? What am I doing here? Meeting a friend? Just meeting a friend. Well, I mean, these cookies, these are okay, right? I can eat these cookies? Okay. Just making sure I can eat these cookies. I mean, you had them out here, right? For me, right? You want to tell me why you're meeting a 14-year-old and you brought wine coolers and condoms to meet a 14-year-old? I was just trying to teach a kid how to be safe. You're just a friend, Oh my God, Plevin. I can just imagine that'd be so funny.
At the same time, people need to show courage in life.
Yeah.
People need to have the integrity to do the right thing.
An obligation.
You know,
An obligation.
Right.
This is a murder trial. The Boston Police Officer.
It has to be a lot, much larger percentage of the state's population that has to be committed to learning the right thing and doing the right thing.
And the effect this has had on people.
Yeah.
On families, on children.
Yeah.
On the next trial. I pray.
What's up, Mike?
As you know, I get messages all the time from people that say they want to come forward, but they feel like they're going to be destroyed in social media. Yeah. So, they wish me luck and they thank me for doing it and stuff like that. I'm sure you got the kids gets a lot of this, I'm sure too.
I get messages from Turtleboy.
Nobody does that, bro.
Nobody does that. Exposed. I don't want to be exposed, but it's you gotta do what's right.
That's right. I mean, the country.
Bro, when you got fucking 100 people in your chat, tops, strong, you're not flooded with people talking about, I'm scared to come forward. No, you get whack jobs doing that once in a while, I'm sure. But no, bro, nobody fucking, the purpose you serve is to entertain us. That is the purpose that you serve, Plevin. This is the most anybody's fucking paid attention to you in the last fucking, and I think Mike Young Jerks was talking about you earlier. I think this is in one night the most attention you've fucking gotten in. I have no idea how long.
Country was built on the idea of a certain percentage of the citizenship is going to do what's right. Yeah. It's going to stand up and do what's right, even if it has a little bit of a cost. That's country was born in revolution. It's maintained its freedom and independence through citizens doing that.
Sure.
And so, do you think
those horns are like at a distance? They're annoyed by the horns because everybody at a distance who are pink shirts are cheering because and it's a big crowd. Like, I love how they're not showing them, which is really funny because Plevin is trying to build this narrative here that there's a balance. And he's like, let's keep the camera on the blue shirts because we don't want to show the outnumbered, that's going on over there with the pink shirts, because the pink shirts are there's obviously quite a crowd there. And the people honking are for the pink shirts driving by them and they're cheering and yelling, but nobody is. I mean, if it wasn't for the horns beeping for the pink shirts and the pink shirts cheering, all you would just hear is I mean, that's all you would hear. These people don't these are the most delusional fucking people I've ever seen. This is so much fun.
The investigation itself was flawed in any way. I mean, no investigation is perfect.
You're totally right. No investigation is perfect. Do I think they could have did a better job?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But when you show up to the crime scene and the woman says she's did it, you go look at her car.
A little complacency sets in, right?
Taillight's broken.
Yeah.
You arrest her. You did your job.
Right.
I think the other stuff is minute.
Wait, what?
Sure.
Yeah.
But when you show up to the crime scene and the woman says she's did it, you go look at her car.
A little complacency sets in, right?
Taillight's broken.
Yeah.
You arrest her. You did your job.
Right.
I think the other stuff is.
Bro, that's not what happened. It's not what happened, though. And I love that they hang on that shit. That she says that she hit him. Right? And the people who claim to have heard her say this turned out to be very not credible. So, and she claims that she said, "Did I hit him?" Which only, I mean, it only enforces the theory that, okay, well, what they did was, all right, well, we'll make her think that she hit him. She's doubting whether or not she hit him or not. Okay, then what we'll do, because she's so fucking drunk, is we'll charge her, we'll fucking tow her car, We'll smash the fucking taillight. We'll plant pieces of it all over the goddamn place. And we'll barely put any effort into it because she's going to plead guilty anyway. The purpose of fucking planting this evidence is so we can tell her that we have this evidence, and her public defender, who they assumed she was going to get, is going to say, hey, they have this evidence. We don't have a case. Just plead guilty. And that's it. And then everybody just forgets all about it. Nobody asks any more questions. But unfortunately for the Commonwealth and more for the Massachusetts State Police, unfortunately for them, Karen Reed actually hired good lawyers and said, whoa, wait a minute. How do you know that did you hit him? I don't know. I don't think I did. Okay, let's look into this. Our 3 for wanted Mike. I think I said that right. This is why Scotland comes to see the glare. Thank you so much. I have no Scottish accent. Sorry, but thank you. I love it. Scotland
is minute. Yeah. But going forward, I think they, another murder investigation, sure.
Yeah.
Do a little bit better. She admitted she did it. Her taillights in this shirt.
I love this. I love the totally dismissive and just whatever attitude about it. I love that anyway, next time over the investigation of a dead Boston police officer. I think that this fucking attitude coming from these guys is just fucking capital, bro. I love that they're just like, hey, next time they'll do a better job. Okay. Was the investigation flawed? What investigation isn't? Hey, whatever. Next time, there's other investigations. Like it's a fucking ball game. Hey, there's other investigations. Whatever. Like as if the Boston police officer who they're claiming to support and want justice for is just another statistic. Whatever. See, this is the point, is these people are telling you, regardless of their signs, regardless of their blue shirts, regardless of the things that they say, they're also telling you through their actions and the attitude behind the things that they're saying that they don't give a fuck about Boston police officer John O'Keefe or justice for him. They don't actually give a fuck about that. Because everyone wearing a pink shirt, everyone who speaks about the corruption and stands out and does these standouts, anybody with a YouTube channel like me who's speaking up on this is saying, no, this kind of thing into the death of a Boston police officer or any police officer is unacceptable. This type of investigation, these kind of habits, we're here to make sure that this doesn't happen again. We're here to set a standard that needs to be met. And as citizens, we demand that this standard is met because we won't settle for less. We absolutely support the police. We absolutely back the blue. Therefore, an investigation like this is not acceptable. Because if they're going to have this half-ass investigation towards and this is just assuming that they're not a bunch of dirty pieces of shit who framed an innocent woman. This is just assuming that they didn't do a good job with their investigation, right? This is me giving them the benefit of the doubt hypothetically. So, yeah. Let's just fucking, we're going to wear our blue shirts and we're going to say we're here for justice for John O'Keefe. And, the investigation, next time we'll get him. That's how important the life of a Boston police officer is and his family is to these people. They don't actually fucking care. Because all of these other people, all of you guys, me, Turtle Boy, all of the other creators who have been talking about this case are saying that even if Karen Reed was guilty of this crime, this type of investigation is not acceptable. These tactics used in this investigation is not acceptable amongst the locals here. The locals want better. That's what they're out there standing out there for. That's what they're doing the standouts for. That's why they're out there wearing pink shirts and supporting Karen Reed, because what they're doing is speaking out and protesting. They are supporting Karen Reed, but they are protesting. And what they're protesting is the lack of importance of a police officer's life to the prosecution, to the Commonwealth, to the Massachusetts State Police, to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. That is the issue here. The fact that these people aren't just as pissed off about that as the people in pink shirts shows that they don't actually give a fuck about John O'Keefe. They simply just don't. Unreal, man. It's mind-blowing.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
DW, thank you so much. It's so cathartic to make fun of Plevin. He is an endless pit of material. He should be a cautionary tale for high school seniors. Don't end up like this guy. Absolutely. I totally agree. That shit is very funny.
I think it's a shame how the troopers have been treated. So,
and it was
wow. So you're out there in support of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, and yet you're actually defending the Massachusetts State Police, even though you're saying that it was their fault. Plevin is saying that the you did not, Micrododge, just go there. Totally accurate. Totally accurate. That actually reminds me of something. So you're stating that you are absolutely in support of justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe, and yet you're criticizing the criticism against the Massachusetts State Police for how they conducted this investigation. Are you kidding? Is that supposed to be fucking funny? The fuck is wrong with you? Microdot said that Plevin's the Corey Feldman of true crime. So true. So accurate. I mean, dude. Reminds me of a story. This is how you guys have to understand. Like, I come off like a dick, but I seriously, you guys have no idea. I'm a big softy at heart. I really am. Just to give you an example, okay? I only roast and review people who I know deserve it, who I could sleep well at night knowing that they fucking deserve it. Because if Plevin didn't sit up here and fucking lie all the goddamn time, I'd feel guilty about this shit. And I'm telling you, and I can prove it because it's really ironic that Microdots would bring up Corey Feldman. Let me tell you a little story. So I lived in Atlanta about, 6 years ago. And back in like 2016, I think it was 2017, maybe, or even it could have been 2015. I don't even know. And I was drinking a lot at that time. I ended up getting wasted drunk after work. And I got hammered drunk, and I saw that Corey Feldman was coming to play a venue called the Masquerade in Atlanta. And I bought tickets surely for the sake of novelty, for the same reason that I buy shirts like this. Purely for the sake of novelty, I bought a ticket, and I was so wasted, and I had every intention of heckling Corey Feldman. I had every intention of heckling Corey Feldman, and Corey Feldman fucking deserves heckling. I don't know how well you know about how much you know about Corey Feldman. But if you know enough about Corey Feldman, you know that he deserves the fucking heckling, right? So Corey Feldman's band, his music, yes, his music. Corey Feldman as a musician was coming to Atlanta, and I bought a ticket with the intention of going there and heckling him with everybody else, because there's no other reason why you would buy a fucking ticket to see Corey Feldman live. Nobody's a fan of Corey Feldman's music. Nobody in the world is a fan of Corey Feldman's music, ever. There's no such thing as a real, unless they're in a fucking coma. There's no way. So I bought a ticket with the intention of doing this, and then I sobered up, right? I sobered up, and I ended up, like, I think a couple of days later, I was looking at my charges on my card. I was on my bank's website, and I was looking at my charges on my card, and I was just like, oh fuck. And I was like, what did I buy a ticket for? Oh shit. And I realized, and I remembered why I bought this ticket. And I called Ticketmaster, and I pleaded with them. And Ticketmaster, if you guys have ever dealt with Ticketmaster, they don't give refunds. They don't. I just happened to talk to someone who worked at Ticketmaster who had a heart. And I said, listen, I got to give you full disclosure here. I've got to be completely honest. I bought a ticket to see Corey Feldman live. And I don't know if you know who Corey Feldman is. And then they're like, yeah, I know who Corey Feldman is. So I'm like, I bought a ticket to see his band play live, and I was really drunk. And there's no way that Ticketmaster is ever going to refund your money based on these reasons. Like, this is not a justification for a refund. I drunk bought a ticket. They're not going to give you a refund for that. But because because I was so forthcoming, and I was like, listen, I have every intention of going to this show to heckle him, drink and heckle him. I feel really bad about buying the ticket, because I don't want to do that. Because I think that he actually believes in what he's fucking doing. And I think that's a really shitty thing to do. And I know you guys don't give refunds, but please, if you would just find it in your heart to just find some sort of loophole and refund my money. And the dude who I was talking to was actually really fucking cool about it. And yes, apparently they found a Feldman exception policy and refunded my money. And I grew up like, you know, cheering Pearl Jam on for fighting Ticketmaster back in the 90s. You know, I had nothing. I have never had anything positive to say about Ticketmaster, but their representative who I spoke to found it in their heart to refund my money for the reason that they knew I was going to go to a Corey Feldman concert to heckle him. I felt guilty about it. So I asked for a refund, and I got my money back, and I never went and heckled Corey Feldman. So I just, so you guys know, for those of you who think I'm just an asshole and I do this just to be an asshole, just remember the Corey Feldman story, okay? Keep that in mind when you judge me and my personality and my character. Please refer back to the Corey Feldman story, please.
One piece of evidence presented that suggested any kind of tampering, any kind of falsification, anything corrupt. There was nothing that suggested that at all. There was just messages that showed one of the troopers didn't like Karen.
Exactly.
And I'm not defending those messages, I'm just saying, but there's no indication at all of anything improper being done.
Everything out of their mouth is Proctor. Everything out of Proctor.
Wait, what?
That suggested.
Think a little bit better. She admitted she did it. Her tail light to this shirt, you know.
Tail light to the shirt, because that makes a whole lot of sense.
Have been treated. So,
and there was certainly not one piece of evidence.
And I love how they just ignore the fact that the officer in the, I forget the name of the town, but the officer in the jurisdiction where Karen's parents live, testified in open court and specified that when they were going to tow the car, when he was there and they were going to tow the car, the SUV, that Dedham, thank you so much, Dedham, that the taillight was cracked. The taillight was cracked, not broken, not shattered, not missing, cracked. But there's all these fragments and you know, all these huge pieces of taillight that are found after the fact. Unreal. They just ignore these things.
Presented that suggested any kind of tampering, any kind of falsification, anything corrupt. There was nothing that suggested that at all.
What I just said indicates that, dude. What I just said literally indicates that. And that's just a drop in the bucket.
There was just messages that showed one of the troopers didn't like Karen.
Exactly.
And I'm not defending those messages. I'm just saying, but there's no indication.
See how he minimizes? Listen to his language. See how he minimizes? You know, it's just what one of the troopers who just didn't like Karen. No, dude. He's the lead investigator, and he's the lead investigator who supposedly found all these pieces of taillight, except for the off-duty chief of police who just happened by 34 Fairview one day. I was like, oh, look, a piece of taillight. So, no, dude. It was not just a trooper. It was the lead investigator, the lead detective investigating the death of the Boston police officer who you're supposedly there supporting. It was the lead investigator in that case who was behaving the way that he was. Yes, very inappropriately over text messages. And no, I'm not focused on that, even though I think it's shitty and I think it sucks. Again, it's a drop in the bucket into the behavior of Michael Proctor and why what he did was corrupt and dirty. It wasn't just the text messages. I'm not focused on those text messages. You're the one focusing on those text messages. I'm talking about how the investigation was conducted. I'm talking about how shady the entire taillight fucking thing is. I'm talking about how even though I said prior before the trial, I know that's redundant, excuse me. Before the trial, prior to the trial, I said that no disrespect to Sean McDonough, but I'm not worried about the taillight. I don't care about the taillight because I felt like the taillight, again, was just a drop in the bucket of things that would create reasonable doubt in that trial. It turns out that the defense wasn't as focused on just the reasonable doubt. They weren't hyper-focused on the reasonable doubt. They were focused on the reasonable doubt, just not hyper-focused on the reasonable doubt. Their tactic, their method, their strategy was the third-party culprit defense. And that is what they hyper-focused on, is to show that there was a lot of shit going on within that little circle of the party inside 34 Fairview. From the Waterfall Bar and Grill to 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. So those things, there's a lot of fucking shady shit going on there. And that is what the defense absolutely focused on. And they proved it. They showed the jury that there's something fishy going on here, which is all they needed to do, because that creates doubt. So were they hyper-focused on reasonable doubt? Sure. They just went that route. But if they were hyper-focused on the reasonable doubt, they would have just focused on Proctor the entire time. Their whole thing would have been about Proctor and not about the text messages. That would have been, again, just the drop in the bucket of things wrong with how Proctor conducted this investigation. Proctor seemed to have no concept of chain of custody. He seemed to have no concept of logging evidence, and his supervisors seemed to have no problem with how he was conducting his investigation. So this is the issue. This is the problem. So you're sitting here and acting like, oh, well, you know, the inappropriate messages from Trooper Proctor. No, dude. No, that's what the media is focused on. But that's not what I'm focused on. That's not what Turtle Boy's focused on. That's not what any of the other creators who are covering this are focused on. So I don't know why you're saying that, because it's just fucking not true.
At all.
Yeah.
Of anything improper being done.
Everything out of their mouth is Proctor. Everything out. Proctor did. He had the shirt in his car for weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not true. It was in the evidence room.
Yeah.
How do you know that? How do you know that? Because that's what he testified to? That's what Bukaki testified to? How do you know that? Because that's what the two Massachusetts State Police detectives who are currently under 2 out of the 4, I believe it's 4. Well, maybe 3. I don't know. I'd have to refer back, but 2, at least 2 of these are 2 of the Massachusetts State Police officers who are currently under internal affairs investigation. That's what they testified to. If they're under internal affairs investigation, that would mean that their credibility, as far as their testimony goes, means dick, means nothing. It means fucking nothing, dude. If both of these troopers are under internal affairs investigation and they testified in open court, they don't have any credibility. Their testimony means nothing. They lied. As far as I'm concerned, they lied. If I have to ask the question, are these guys lying? Then they lied. As far as the court is concerned, I have to assume that. If I have to ask that question, that right there is called doubt. It's called reasonable doubt. That's it. So, yeah, just because they sat there in open court and said, oh, it sat in the evidence room, and even still, it just sat there. It just sat there on fucking paper because it was wet. Get the fuck out of my face with that, dude. Look at this guy's face and how confident he is. Whatever. Oh, they didn't enter into evidence for 3 weeks. They said where it was for 3 weeks. Why wasn't it entered into evidence? That's the question that you should be asking. If you truly want justice for a fallen Boston police officer who you're out there supposedly supporting, then you should have a serious problem with how they conducted that investigation. You should not be sitting there defending it. This is how everyone knows that you people are full of shit.
Wow. All right. James, or anybody else you think we should talk to that might be eager to come forward and tell their story?
Tony doesn't want to talk really.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't really want to be on camera.
Yeah. I can understand that.
But Jules, have you talked to Julie?
Yeah, I did for a moment. Yeah. She's very
See, that's very telling to me as well. Now, you have the right to not be on camera. And there's some people who wear pink shirts who don't want to be on camera either. But the majority of them are out there knowing that they're probably going to be on camera. And you might be saying, oh, well, that's why they're doing it, because they want clout. They want to be recognized and blah, 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 blah. No, because these people are getting their property vandalized. They're having the wife of the lead investigator of this case calling their jobs and trying to get them fired. These people are out there putting their faces out there against a corrupt system, speaking out against a corrupt system. And that corrupt system is trying to intimidate them. But their attitude is basically like, fuck it. I'm not afraid.
I am not scared of these fuckers. No matter what they try to do, I'm going to stand out here. I'm going to speak up. I'm going to address the situation that hurts me as a community member. I'm going to speak out on behalf of my community, regardless of the consequences, regardless of the intimidation, because it's important that everyone knows and sees that I'm not scared, because maybe they won't be so scared either, and they'll speak up. The fact that these people are like, I don't want to fucking put my face behind this shit. Don't put my face. Don't associate me with this shit. To me, speaks volumes. I mean, because what I'm seeing, I see a lot of people. Now I see a few troll accounts, and that's fine. You know, I see accounts, anonymous accounts on Twitter, who are in favor of Karen Reed's innocence, who are very vocal on Karen Reed's innocence. But the thing is some of these people, they're afraid, and they have the right to their anonymity. What I am pointing out is the difference in numbers. I see a hell of a lot more troll accounts speaking against Karen Reed and speaking on behalf of her guilt, speaking on behalf of the McAlberts. I see a hell of a lot more of those troll accounts than I see people using their real names and real faces to speak their minds. That speaks volumes to me. And I'm saying, if you're using one of these clever handles, you have a right to your anonymity. I'm not criticizing anybody for being anonymous. I'm saying it speaks volumes when there is a massive difference in numbers between the people who support Karen Reed using troll accounts versus the people who are using troll accounts and are in support of the McAlberts. Right. And that's just low. The fact that they went after Brandy Churchwell the way that they did, that's just fucking low. You know how fucking much balls it takes for somebody like her? I would have never guessed. I would have never guessed that Brandy Churchwell was a recovering addict. I would have never guessed that. You know how much balls it takes to fucking publicly state, yes, I'm in recovery. I mean, to me, that is so. I think it's so low to use someone who is openly saying, yes, I'm in recovery now, and I have a past, and I made choices that I'm not proud of, and I'm making good on them now. I'm doing what I can to make good on them now. You know? And to attack someone who is willing to take accountability for their mistakes and try to define them on those mistakes when and disregard their efforts of what they're trying to do moving forward, you know? And it's just funny. Your efforts are just are mind-blowing. I saw fucking dipshit Ikadmel posted some shit on Twitter, which was a screenshot of something that Brandy Churchwell posted in regards to Turtle Boy and his supporters and whatnot. And she was honest about it. And you know what happened? Turtle Boy had her on his channel last night, and they had an excellent discussion. Because it doesn't fucking matter. Whatever opinions people have here, it doesn't matter about what opinions we have of each other. It doesn't matter, because we all have an understanding that there's something bigger than that going on, that the focus needs to be that's it. Where the focus needs to stay is the fact that there's an innocent woman being accused of the murder of a Boston police officer. Everybody is in concert of this. Everyone is in tandem of this, regardless of our opinions of each other. We are all in tandem of this. That should tell you something. That should say something. So yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Find a screenshot where one creator was talking trash about another creator because they don't like each other or for whatever reason, even though they support the same thing. Go ahead. I mean, that's not going to matter. That doesn't destroy the credibility of the people who believe Karen Read is innocent. If anything, it strengthens the credibility because it doesn't matter what any of us, what that says is it doesn't matter what any of us think of each other. What matters is that we all pay attention to evidence. Doesn't matter what our opinions are of each other. We all believe that there is a sham happening and that there is corruption happening. Now, I'm not sure if Bandy absolutely believes that there's corruption. I don't know. But she definitely knows that Karen Read is innocent. She definitely knows that this trial was an absolute sham. She definitely knows that there's some shady shit going on with the McAlberts. But what's funny is most of us haven't even actually accused the McAlberts of doing anything other than lying. I'll say what I've said 100 fucking times. I don't know who beat up John O'Keefe. All I know is that he was beat up and it happened inside 34 Fairview that night. That's all I know. I know that Karen Read did not hit Boston police officer John O'Keefe with her SUV because two experts independently hired by the feds conducted this investigation and came to this conclusion that he was not, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was not struck by an SUV. Period. And if he wasn't struck by that SUV, the only thing that could have happened to him had taken place inside 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. It's the only, there's no other place to look. There's no other where to go. So it doesn't matter what any of us creators who believe that who even just believe that the prosecution presented a terrible case, who even believe that there was just negligence that took place in the Massachusetts State Police investigation, and that the evidence simply doesn't support that Karen Read is guilty. The evidence simply doesn't support it. It doesn't matter what any of us think of each other. That's how you know, because that's how these people think. Because that's the kind of shit that would go on between them, and then they turn on each other. And then they change their opinions based on their opinions of each other. That should tell you something. That these people, not even these people, actually believe that Karen Read is guilty. That is the overall message that sends. That not even these people believe that Karen Read struck John O'Keefe with her SUV. None of them do. None of them even believe that.
Very articulate, so we'll go back to her. She did a great job a couple weeks ago on, I happened to be streaming it. I think it was during jury deliberations, and she came on. They did a replay of a recording they did with her on the Law and Crime Network.
Okay.
And she spoke for about 5 minutes and did really, really. I didn't even know her then. I was like, hey, this person's doing great, you know.
Super courageous.
Yeah.
She's been awesome. Megan's pretty good. She's one of the organizers here.
Yeah.
She might want to talk.
Who's that, Megan, right there?
No, this one right here. The tan shorts, gray shorts.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I just can't take this guy seriously at all.
Is Steph here?
Steph is here. She is. She might be on the front line. Oh, okay. Oh, she's right over here.
I haven't seen her in person, so
I think Karen might be pulling up very soon. So.
Oh, okay.
For security.
I mean, this guy straight up looks like fucking Howdy Doody, bro. I can't take him seriously at all.
Yeah.
And they left over there, so
okay.
She should be coming up very soon.
So what should we look for as far as the security detail? You're saying, is it?
Did you notice him on the watching?
One of the ones where she had those kind of thugs, so that she had him walk back.
That's exactly
Those are the guys that are out here.
Same ones. I think they have black shirts on.
Looks like a bad movie security detail, to tell you the truth. I mean, didn't look very impressive to me.
Yeah, this is true.
Bro, your titties are unimpressive. Like, they're impressively prominent, but goddamn, Plevin, you need a man's ear, my man. You need a man's ear, my man. For real.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Free Care Read 2024. Thank you so much. Hey, Will, what do you think of Paul O'Keefe's text to Turtle Boy? Do you think it's really him, or did wife Sullivan's grab his phone? It's him. Is he just effing with Turtle Boy? I don't know. I was watching that stream last night. I was in Turtle Boy's chat for a while he was going over that, and I was just blown away by that shit. I should do a whole fucking stream just on that shit, because I couldn't tell you. I don't know what to make of it. It was the most bizarre fucking text thread I've ever fucking seen. But what I can tell you, if you want to know my opinion, I don't have evidence of it, but if you want to know my opinion, drunk texting. I can't even like pretend like that's not the first fucking thing that came to my head, because I can't even imagine a reason why Paul O'Keefe would just randomly pick up his fucking phone and just be like, I'm gonna text Turtle Boy. You know, I'm gonna see you in jail and your kids. I can't wait to see what this does to your kids. I can't imagine any other reason why he would do that other than just being fucking drunk. And I have yet to see Paul O'Keefe confirm or deny whether or not that was him in those text messages. But so I don't know what to fucking make of that shit. But if he was drunk texting, somebody needs to fucking take his phone when he's drinking, because that's that was insane. That was the craziest shit I ever saw.
But to be honest, I think they might be coming up through this way.
Oh, they come up through this way? Okay. All right.
But that's
he totally did.
Came through this
yeah.
way, so.
He handled
I
that
would think
very well.
Tom's CPU would know where they're coming, right? He's always seems to be plugged in with them.
You would. I was tracking Kelly Reed, but I can't find her no more.
Yeah.
I can't find her security. So.
And so what about link it back up to the channel?
Why are they so fucking concerned over what Kelly Reed is doing? I don't understand that. And why are you concerned with Tom CPU? Why are you concerned with Kelly Reed? Why are you concerned with her security? I don't understand the interest at all. Shouldn't you just be out there focused on your own shit? Maybe.
Channel once we get to 2:00.
Yeah.
So it's our first trying to stream live and do that at the same time. So we're trying to figure out the technology and all that. But I do already have it set up on, I think it's NBC Boston.
We're gonna stream it on their phones.
So you'll be able to hear it down here.
I'm probably gonna jump on your channel maybe.
Yeah, hopefully we can get it up there. Yeah.
And check it out.
Yeah.
Do you expect a no continuing today, or what do you expect?
You know, I mean, I really even talking to the lawyers I talk to, it's hard to really know what to expect on something.
Why is this guy so fucking giddy?
Like this, but it would be nice if they actually set the next trial date. I don't know if that's too much to ask for at this point, but that would be really, the best way to go. That would give everybody an idea of how long we have to wait for this. There's a lot of benefits for that, but I don't know. They're going to go over these motions about the jurors, and there's some really. I don't think it's going to lead to anything, but there should be some interesting discussion about that. I do think even in principle, the idea should be looked at by the state of Massachusetts. I don't think there's any way to demonstrate. Nobody voted unanimously to acquit on any charges, so I think that's gone. But maybe it is something they should look in the future. So maybe if you do have a situation where a jury does agree on 2 out of 3 charges, then maybe those 2 should be not brought again. But.
I
Did he just
there were some
talk to this guy the whole fucking time? All right, that's
can you try to log in? Let me.
Justice for John means Karen in jail. Lock her up. 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 Lock her up.
Jesus Christ. These people are like rabid dogs, bro. Jesus Christ. Look at all these miserable fucks.
Song for you guys.
Look at this guy.
I don't know. Honestly, I came prepared that I had to change the clothes.
Well, honestly, I came prepared that I had to change the clothes. Bro, this guy fucking looks like he fucking sells oregano at fucking fish concerts, bro. Like, what is this guy doing? Look at him.
Figure out which way she came. She said she was coming, so I could play the song while she's coming in.
Look at this guy, bro.
He got to do a better job.
He flashed a little smile.
He did.
He recognized it. Yep.
Bro, did it ever occur to you fucking morons, by observing his behavior, did it ever occur to you dickheads that Lally doesn't have his heart behind this at all? Like, you ever notice like that do you ever wonder why he constantly fucking looks defeated all the fucking time? Because you have to have some sort of, I mean, you got to have some level of intelligence to like go to law school and get a law degree, at least enough intelligence to realize that you absolutely have no case against this woman, and you have to stand up there and do what you're doing with a second chair who nobody ever hears from. Does it ever occur to you fucking morons in your blue shirts that are screaming his name that this dude doesn't even want to fucking be there? Like, is there anything, did he even so much as fucking like give a thumbs up? Did he even so much as acknowledge you and like, hey, the reason why he doesn't do that is because The dude is only doing this because he's being made to fucking do it. He's only going through this sham because he's being made to go through this with this fucking sham. Everything about this guy's behavior and demeanor tells me this. Like, why would he not, after all this time of being shit on by everyone on social media, and this guy's finally getting some support, why else would he completely ignore this support unless he knew that the support was A, absolutely empty, and B, undeserving? He knows. This guy knows that this is going to be his legacy. When all this is over, this is what he's going to be remembered for. Is this fucking sham.
She's not in yet, right?
That was good to see. That was good to see.
That was good. I just want to play this off with Kevin.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Okay. Wait, I need that.
What did Karen say?
Wow.
What did Karen say?
GP Dog Drool. Thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. Fantastic. You're amazing. Broken Baker, what's up, buddy? It's good to see you. Yeah, you're there for John O'Keefe. Although you're not saying Officer John O'Keefe, you're just saying John O'Keefe. Who are we here for? John O'Keefe. While defending the Massachusetts State Police for making absolutely no effort to get him justice. Fantastic. They sound like the children of the corn, bro. Dude. Justice for JJ. Justice for JJ. Justice for JJ. Like, you notice how they all just stopped? Like, at the same time? Like, no passion behind this shit. They don't believe in anything. These people don't believe in shit other than their hatred for Turtle Boy. That is it. Like, it's really fucking fascinating. Like, watch that shit one more time. Listen to how they just all stop at the same exact time.
For JJ! Justice for JJ! Justice for JJ! Justice for JJ!
I like this.
Okay.
His name was Robert Paulson. His name was Robert Paulson. His name was Robert Paulson. Fucking bunch of freaks, bro.
Can I borrow that? Let me show you. Okay.
I need to bring it.
Karen Reed had a boyfriend. His name was John O'Keefe. She backed into him at a high rate of speed.
This guy's so fucking proud of himself, bro. Anybody want to buy some pills?
Him to die in the snow. No remorse. No remorse. Karen has no remorse. She doesn't
Bro, that is the worst song I've ever heard in my fucking life, dude.
feel bad at all. Karen isn't losing any sleep. Ruffled her boyfriend and 9 vodkas deep. Drunk, driving psychopath with a leaky balloon knot and no ass.
Wow. Wow. So we also support the Massachusetts State Police sending those messages, because obviously, you know, we're just going to cheer that kind of behavior on, right? But you know, you want justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe, and you support that kind of behavior coming from the Massachusetts State Police. That's awesome. Awesome. You guys are fucking looking real good, by the way. Keep it up.
Karen, we can hold you guilty. Karen belongs in prison. Tail lights in his clothes. This it's plain to see. The jury almost convicted you. Vote was guilty 10-2. There is nothing you can to die. Only worried about
This is the worst song I've ever heard in my life.
yourself. You didn't even cry. Karen took a man from 2 orphan children. She never bothered to check. Karen belongs in prison. Tail lights in his clothes. She screamed, I hit him. Karen is guilty. All your money can't
I mean,
change
is this supposed to be like a response to Chris Loring's song that I play here all the time? Like, is that what this is supposed to be? Because there's a really big difference. There's a couple of really big difference between these songs. Chris Loring's song actually states facts. And B, Chris Loring's song is actually good. This thing fucking is a pile of shit. Like, there's nothing about it that makes me go, okay, unless I was completely fucking empty inside. That's the only way I can imagine myself, you know, enjoying that song. You know, being the type of person that goes, justice for JJ, justice for JJ, justice for JJ. Unreal. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life.
You did this, it's plain to see.
Like, Plevin is so pleased with himself. Look at him. He loves that shit.
Karen belongs in prison. Can't change reality. You did this, it's plain to see.
Right. Yeah, like Corey Feldman's music is better than that. Seriously, like it is. Yeah, this is gross, man. Microdots, I'm with you. This is fucking gross, bro.
Look, your brother gave.
I did.
That is the biggest dirtbag out here. On any side.
And you know what's really funny? I have to point something out. And this is praise on you guys mostly, but it's an observation that I cannot overlook. Okay, not one time, not one person in this chat. I have 730 people watching on YouTube and over 1,600 on Twitter, and not one person has commented in here so far looking at these fucking idiots and said, throw them in jail, arrest them. Everyone here has the unspoken mutual understanding that they have just as much of a right to be out there as anybody else. Now, if you listen to them, any of those people speaking up about the people in pink shirts in Plevin's chat, they'll say they should arrest them, lock them up. They're rabid animals, blah, 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 blah. Now, I'm sitting here saying these people are fucking animals, but at no point you're going to hear me go, the cops should arrest them. Why aren't they arresting them? It's because they have a right to be out there. It's because every single person in those pink shirts absolutely supports those blue shirts' right to be out there and express and exercise their First Amendment rights. They absolutely support it. Everyone here supports it. And I've got Democrats, Republicans, otherwise, all in my chat right now. All in my chat right now. And everyone here is of the mutual belief that they have every right to stand out there and protest. That's the difference between us and them. That's the difference. Well, one of the many differences. Turtle Boy loves that shit. Turtle Boy loves that shit. It's fantastic. You know, on August 9th, I propose that all of the pink shirt people join along in that chant saying justice for JJ, because everybody wants that, don't we? Join along in that chant. That'll drive them fucking crazy. I promise you that. If all of the pink shirt people join along with the blue shirt people in that very chant, that specific one, what are they going to do? That's going to drive them fucking nuts. We'll see if they are really there for justice for JJ, because we know you are. I know that's what I'm doing sitting here, right? If all of you guys in pink shirts joined along in that very specific chant on August 9th and every other hearing moving forward, that'll fucking drive them nuts. Let's see if they continue doing it. Now they have no choice. By the way, guys, troll level expert.
Justice for JJ. We will be John O'Keefe. Justice for John O'Keefe. Justice for John O'Keefe. Justice for John O'Keefe. Up! Lock her 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 up!
I love your show, by the way. Oh my God, love your show, by the way.
We really appreciated it. I think you could see they really, really appreciated it, especially John's mother. I think that was heartwarming. So that was a real moment of time.
That lady was like, Plevin, love your show, by the way. Plevin's like, that was you?
For you guys, thank you very much for everything we did.
Made it all worth it. I mean, we would be here anyway, but to see their appreciation after the way that they've been treated for years at this point has been, it meant the world to be here and to help. We won't go away. We're going to be here.
Yeah, good job.
We're going to continue to give support.
Evidence over zombieism.
Look at you! You're an embarrassment! Look at him! He's just going to blow him up! Look at that! Why are you doing that? Hey, record the minion guy. You saw me seconds there. What was that? What do you want me to do? He was going like this.
Everybody over there smiling. And the people in the blue shirts are the ones antagonizing them. They're saying, look how pathetic you are. You're terrible, blah, blah, blah. And they're just smiling, taking their pictures.
This is pure mythology over here. This is pure mythology. This is a belief system. This is the side where people go when they don't care about evidence and logic. That's this side over here.
Wow. I've never seen more projection come from somebody.
Anytime somebody wants to listen to evidence or logic, you want them to come over. Just listening to evidence. That's it. No.
Yeah, I'm not pausing it.
Yes.
That's his team.
What experts? Yeah. Listen to the evidence.
See, Plevin is engaging them. He's engaging them. True Crime Kangaroo, think he has Plevin questioned the Hispanic woman yet? He's engaging them.
The evidence is bulletproof.
He's trying to antagonize them. He's going over to them. You see that?
Never heard of him.
Yellow furry tails.
What did you say?
Yellow, never heard of him. Yellow,
it's yellow.
crusty fail.
Yellow crusty fail.
Yeah.
What is that? She's innocent, so you know? Wow.
What did I say?
She was innocent?
She's not innocent. I follow the evidence.
Dude.
I follow the evidence.
You followed what evidence?
I follow the evidence.
The evidence KP gets?
Explain to you right now. I can explain to you right now. The evidence shows. The evidence shows indisputably the vehicle data matches up, correlates perfectly with John's phone data, and shows that she hit him.
Oh
at
my
about 12.
God, bro. This guy's winded bullshit fucking tweets incarnate right now, bro.
32 and 40.
That's not me. That's his.
4.5 minutes to get there. If you drive the way she would drive,
You
it's
just
4.5
said she
minutes.
hit him at 12:42. She was home at 12:36.
No, 12:32. 12:32.
So she got home in 4 minutes?
She got home in 4.5
Mario, when you
minutes.
ready?
Yes, actually, I can. No. Let me ask you a question. Was it 12:30? Was it 12:36 in 0 seconds or 12:36 in 50 seconds? What was it? What was it?
I don't know why you're here.
Because we want the evidence to get through. You guys resist the evidence like you wouldn't believe. I understand it's an emotional belief system.
Nothing emotional.
I don't care for his language, but I did not see any evidence. My name's Kevin. You
can ask me anything you want. As far as Mike, I don't like the language that he used, and there's unprofessionalism there, as he said. I did not see any evidence. Did you see any evidence of planting evidence? Did you see any evidence of any wrongdoing? Potential. You didn't see any actual evidence of anything indicating any corruption or any planting of evidence.
I saw a lot of evidence.
What evidence did you see? Yeah, I'll give you all the time you want. I don't want you to make it seem I'm trying to.
You can come. I mean, the jury found her not guilty. It was 12-0 and 2 counts. So, do you think that they didn't see all the evidence?
9 of them, even by the defense statement, found her guilty of second degree.
This poor guy's like, bro, can you get your fucking dick out of my face, dude? Please.
They found her guilty of the No, I said 9. No, I didn't say 12. I didn't say it was unanimous. I said 9 or 10 of the 12.
I have not seen that. That's a rumor.
That's in the motion.
That's a rumor.
You only get almost with 4 shows, right? So
I'm sorry, what's that? You only 10 out of the 12 believe that she hit John O'Keefe for the rig.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty convincing case of evidence considering how bad the state presented his case.
What do you think of the state police covering for Proctor all that time?
What covering?
His
He
was texting with 9 colleagues.
He told
Yeah, bro.
Gary mechanic on the way to Canton that he knew that
he was having other text messages with his mechanic. Were you paying attention to the evidence, Kevin?
Yes, every bit of it.
Were you paying attention to the evidence and logic, Plevin?
Messages between mechanic.
There was a little bit of text
It was 9 text messages.
Those were slightly improper, but there's no evidence. But there was no evidence of cover.
He was admitting that he knew them. He admitted that he had a relationship. But then he lied. He lied to the others about having.
No, what he was admitting is that his sister knew Chris Albert's wife and his wife's sister. That's what they knew.
What do you think of him having this case solved within 12 hours of the murder without going to the murder scene or seeing any of the evidence?
Go lay down.
It was a simple hit and run.
It
was a simple hit and run. She said I did it, and the evidence.
She didn't say she did it. She asked if she did it. And if you had kids, you would understand that. Because when you're worried about, you know how many times I've said to my kids, be careful of the plows because they have to walk in the street, okay? Any of that. That's the first thing you think. She wasn't blaming nobody. She found.
Now, I see her at every hearing, even Turtle Boys. I see her all the time.
Because there was no explanation why he was there until 2 days later.
I'm just curious. You feel as though she's guilty and there's reasonable doubt, or that she's guilty and there's no reasonable doubt?
I feel she is guilty of manslaughter, probably. And there's no other
except for the ARCA experts.
No, what did the ARCA experts do? All right, the ARCA experts who were hired by for some. This is the real
by the FBI. The one hired by the FBI.
The U.S. attorney.
By the FBI.
By the U.S. attorney.
By the FBI, Kevin.
Well, and he did not give them the vehicle data. Don't you find that suspicious?
The conclusions that
these are experts.
They have the vehicle data.
No, they don't.
The defense was prevented from putting it in court because Judge Bev held everything in
the tech data.
The data came from when they tested the car, Kevin, not from when Karen backed up anything. When they tested the car,
yes, but
that's where that data came from.
Guys didn't test
but it didn't come from an accident. Her car.
Guys didn't.
Talking about plenty of time.
They're experts in tech screen data. It's on their website, and they didn't even ask for it.
So talk about plenty of time. Why didn't anybody interview Lucky Offering? Why didn't anybody interview Colin, Julie, all of them until this year? Why?
Because they were told Michael Proctor should have figured out their work law.
Why in the grand jury testimony did God, what the fuck is that guy's name? I forgot the fucking trooper's name, the idiot, who I think is also well, I don't know if he is or not. But this is the guy who never testified. It was Proctor who testified in the grand jury, to the grand jury, and his job was to get the data from Karen Reed's SUV. But when Proctor testified and showed what this guy's report was, and his conclusion was that he was supposed to determine whether or not, no, not Trooper Paul. He was supposed to determine whether or not Karen Reed or whether or not John O'Keefe was the victim of vehicular homicide based on the data recovered from Karen Reed's based on analysis from the data from Karen Reed's SUV. But the problem is that in the very same report, the data, he states that the data couldn't be recovered, that there was no data from the SUV. But it was his determination, it was his conclusion that John O'Keefe was the victim of vehicular homicide. How? How? It was a Hispanic name. I just can't remember his name right now. He testified in the trial, but he didn't testify in the grand jury to the grand jury. Proctor testified and shared that report. Guarino, there it is. Thank you so much. I just totally fucking yes. Thank you, Microdots and KK. Guarino, absolutely. That's who I'm talking about. Thank you. Sorry for my brain farts, folks. Yeah. So that's it. I mean, what vehicle data? The data that this guy said that he could not recover, yet concluded based on the data that he couldn't recover, concluded that John O'Keefe was a victim of vehicular homicide. How? How's that even possible?
Plow, because it was a small plow bank there that you can see on the dash cam video.
Oh, he
Let me
lied.
ask you this.
He lied and said it was plowed by the yard calling.
Why didn't Lucky see a body there at 5:30?
Like, why did, excuse me, what?
Why didn't Lucky see a body at the scene?
The
at
same
5:30?
reason why he didn't see it at 2:30. It was never on the lawn.
It was
There you go.
Never on the lawn until they put him out.
Till they put him out. Exactly.
It wasn't on the line. Wait a minute, it wasn't on the line at 5:30. They found him at 6.
They found him at 6. Yep.
So they put him on.
It wasn't on the line and said they were bringing Karen.
I thought the theory was that
that's when it was found on the
so
lawn.
what about the black SUV that Lucky saw there at 3:30?
The Ford Edge.
Yeah.
Ask the Alberts. They all drive them.
Wasn't that supposedly them putting the body out? That was it.
So there's more evidence than not that tells me John wasn't hit by a car, and that's the FBI. The FBI expert who did the reconstruction, not.
And why was that information blocked from the jury being able to hear it? Why couldn't the jury know that there was an independent federal investigation that took place? Why did Judge Bev not allow the jury to hear this? Why was the jury prevented from hearing that the ARCA experts were hired independently by feds to conduct an independent investigation into the death of John O'Keefe? Why? Why isn't Plevin answering that question? Why is he just acting like that's not even a thing?
Paul, not expert, who reconstructed it.
These two experts were hostile to the prosecution from day one. They weren't interested in the tech scene data. They weren't interested in the data that showed John's DNA on the housing. They didn't come in. They were not unbiased. They were have relationships between Josh and Karen. Josh was part of the defense team, and that corruption is going to be exposed. We don't know why, but that corruption is going to be exposed.
All right, thanks for the interview, Kevin. You give me a headache now.
All right.
He said, "Yeah, I'm done with you, bro." That's exactly why. Like, see, that was it. She. This is the moment where she realizes right here.
And that corruption is going to be exposed. We don't know why, but that corruption is going to be exposed.
Now watch her, because she comes to the realization that Turtle Boy mentioned last night in his live. I reiterated in the chat as to exactly why I won't engage in a debate with Plevin. I learned my lesson trying to do that with fucking bitch Tim, because these people are clowns. They're not to be taken seriously. They're not interested in the truth. They're interested in their narrative. They're just not interested in the truth. They will dismiss everything that's logical. Everything. It's pointless. And she is just now realizing. Now, this happened a week ago. What's happening right here happened a week ago. Okay? But she's just now realizing exactly what she's realizing for herself, exactly why I don't engage in debates with Plevin, or in, Turtle Boy doesn't. Nobody else does, because these aren't serious people. They're fucking idiots. They're clowns. They're interested in spreading bullshit propaganda, and that's it. There's no, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to convince these people of the truth. The truth is already in their faces. This is a guy who clearly cherry picks information and then moves it around to make it fit his narrative, and still fails to make sense. Still fails to make sense. Why? Because when the truth is there, when the truth is prominent, there's no way to argue with it and make it make sense. It can't be done. It's scientifically impossible. It can't be done. Yeah, come on, give me a fucking break. That Josh Levy is in trouble for investigating them. No, he's not. Like, dude, Josh Levy has spent the last 6 months handing out indictments for corruption. Like, what do you mean? Like, this is a corruption case for the feds with a fucking bow on it. So I don't know. This guy's rhetoric is insane. It's insane, and I think I'm with her. Like, look at right there. I'm done.
All right, thanks for the interview. You give me a headache now.
Yeah, you're giving me a fucking headache. I'm done with you. Like, I'm going nowhere. I'm beating my fucking head up against the wall for no fucking reason here. Like, there's no point. I don't blame her at all. But folks, yeah. I've actually been meaning to go over that for a while. I think I was just like halfway through that shit. But just to give you an idea. But yeah. Next time, I'm telling you guys, next time on August 9th, and everybody's out there, I highly suggest that when they start chanting justice for JJ or justice for Officer John O'Keefe, well, they won't say officer because they won't acknowledge that he's a police officer for whatever reason. But when they say justice for John O'Keefe, chant along, join them. That's my suggestion. Anyways, guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. I really appreciate all you guys. It's been a minute. It's been a few days since I last went live. I was live with JFK. Had a little bit of an internet issue on his end, but we're going to plan something next for next time because I really enjoyed the conversation with him. I'm going to reach out to Melanie Little and set something up and have her out here soon. Guys, you guys are fantastic. I love you guys very, 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 very much. Seriously. But I am going to wrap this up. Thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you guys for hitting the like. Thank you guys for all your support. You guys are absolutely amazing. I love you guys very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.